Welcome everyone to Stavanger Kunstmuseum and this one-day conference, Art is Doing. My name is Hanne Beate Ueland and I am Director Department of Art, Stavanger Kunstmuseum. This conference is inspired by the artistic practice of the American artist Ruth Asawa, whose work we are delighted to show in the exhibition Ruth Asawa, Citizen of the Universe. Ruth Asawa believed in the importance of involving children in art making, and we want to honor her legacy by reaching out to the decision makers within schools and education, by introducing you to the newest research on art and learning from different subject matters. We strongly hope that this conference will help make a difference in the valuation of art within the education system. Organizing this conference is a collaborative effort. Joining me here now are the two curators for the Ruth Asawa Citizen of the Universe exhibition, Vibeke Salte, Senior Curator from Stavanger Kunstmuseum, and Emma Ridgway, Chief Curator, Modern Art, Oxford. The exhibition is organized as a collaboration between our two institutions, and we are thrilled that the collaboration also led to this wonderful conference. With us here is also Karianne Amundsen from the National Museum in Oslo. We are thankful that the National Museum is the third partner for this conference. And with us here is also museum educator Elin Lillebråten from Stavanger Kunstmuseum. During our lunch break, Elin will be in our studio Nona, introducing all of you to the workshop that is part of the exhibition. Let's take the opportunity and do some art. We are all looking very much forward to today's program, which will take part here in the auditorium until 4:30 this afternoon. And all of it will be streamed. So the special lighting here on stage is due to the streaming. I hope our audience here in the auditorium will not be intimidated by the fact that we are streaming and still take actively part in the Q&As after each session. The last part of today's program will be a tour of the exhibition with the two curators, which unfortunately will not be streamed. Some practical information. Toilets are outside to our left. If there is an alarm, please evacuate through this door and the door in the back to your left. And very importantly, remember to turn off your mobile phones. To guide us through today's program, we are very happy to have Helen Eriksen as our conference moderator. Helen is originally from the UK. She majored in Nordic language and literature at the UEA University in the UK before she began studying arts at the Academy in Oslo, where later she was accepted as a doctoral student at the School of Architecture in Oslo, where she researched the changing role of the artist in public space. She is also an artistic consultant on several public art projects and runs Tent House together with Ebba Moy and Stefan Schröder. As an artist-run exhibition space, Tent House have invited visual artists to work closely with school classes in the Oslo School. So, who better to guide us through today's program and lead the panel discussion at the end of the day? Helen, please.
Thank you, everybody. I just like to have to clear up about Tent House. We're not 3 people, there are 20 of us. So since that bio was written, and I'm sorry I didn't check it, so we've grown to like quite a big thing. Shah, who's also a part of Tent House, will be sort of in the room as well because she's going to be having an exhibition in relation to Ruth Asawa later on. We're here today to honor Ruth Asawa and her practice as a teacher and artist, which is an inspiration for us, and to put her into an educational artist wider perspective so that it's easier for us to bring this discussion up again. Who is the human here? Come on. So everybody is sort of included in this concept of human. And I think this is the most important thing about today, is if we remember the exhibition title, Citizen of the Universe, where do we want to be as that citizenship? And how do we want to give and teach our children this sort of citizenship for the universe and for the world? And we have really exciting speakers who are going to look at this from different perspectives. And I'm just going to walk over here, because this is where I do my note bit. And I will introduce the wonderful Emma Ridgway. She is the... Now I'm getting really nervous because I have to read stuff. Because she's done so much stuff. Everybody's done so much stuff. Emma Ridgway is the Shane Ackroyd Associate Curator for the British Pavilion at the Venice Biennial this year. So she's done this really big job in Venice this year. And she's pulled off Ruth Asawa as well. Thank you. Now, Emma's the Chief Curator at Modern Art Oxford, and she's Head of Exhibitions and Learning. And she's led the artistic programme there since 2015. And she's curated lots of first solo shows in the UK. And we have Ruth Asawa, Lubaina Hamid, Claudette Johnson, Samson Kambalu, Rose Finn-Kelsey, who she's been an inspiration for me. Thank you for giving her solo show. Hannah Regan, which is the connection to Stavanger as well, and Penny Woolcock. And she's given the first showing of the paintings of Anish Kapoor as well. And before this, Emma's been working for years and years and years. She's been at the Barbican, the Royal Society Arts, the Serpentine Gallery, and the Coij, yeah, International Artists Association in New Delhi. So today she's going to be talking about Ruth Asawa as a young artist and the insights from the future to the future from the past. So we're going to time travel a bit. Okay, thank you, Emma.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And as mentioned, so I'm Emma Ridgway, and I'm co-curator with Rebecca Salter of Ruth Asawa, Citizen of the Universe. And it's an exhibition that focuses on one artist, but there is a primary motivation for the exhibition that's broader than that, and that's to show that art and creative education are interdependent, and they're vital for all people to thrive in democratic societies. So the artist Ruth Asawa is celebrated as a quiet and great American modernist. She was born in 1926 in New York, California, and she died relatively recently, 2013, in San Francisco. And she had a lifelong commitment to professional art making as a transformative activity for individuals in education and in the lives of communities. Now, my experience, and maybe yours too, if you want to really understand an artist well, it's valuable to know more about their education in art, because the whole of education is a political battleground in truth. What is taught, how it's taught, is a manifestation of philosophical beliefs about what sort of individuals should constitute a society. And that potent battle has been going on for centuries, and there's underlying beliefs and ideologies that run very deep and over long periods of time. So what one's doing in one's professional life that can feel quite individual is actually part of a much longer trajectory. And in the West, women have only been allowed to gain educational qualifications for less than 100 years, is worth bearing in mind. And Ruth Asawa was somebody who actually, for various reasons, as a young person, wasn't able to qualify because of the political context of her time and the strong racial prejudice of that era. And she was convinced that art transforms lives, and her conviction was based on her own experiences as a young person and as an arts education activist as an adult in San Francisco. So what were the art education experiences that had such an impact on the young Ruth Asawa? So one story, because you know how it is with biographies, everyone does it. They cherry pick out moments because they're asked questions. When did you decide to become an artist? So one story is that Ruth decided age 10 to become an artist because she won a drawing competition at primary school. Not possibly feasible now. At that time, when she's 10 years old, she is the middle of 7 children. She's an American citizen because she's born in the States, and her parents are both immigrants from Japan. Her life is kind of split, as is the case for many people who are the first generation born within a nation but whose parents are immigrants from elsewhere, of a life of two cultures that feel very separate. So for Ruth Asawa, life at home was very much Japanese. Her mother never learnt English. There would be calligraphy classes and Japanese classes on Saturdays. School in American school, so all mixed together, many different kids learning the American education agenda at that time. And Sundays they would sometimes attend Quaker meetings, because the Quakers were one of the only groups who were tolerant and inclusive towards Japanese people in that period. The level of overt racial aggression against people from East Asia and Japan in the States was extremely apparent at that time, and it wasn't new then, and it wasn't directly related to the Second World War. It comes up historically in centuries before as well. And that long view is something I'll touch on a few times within this presentation. So Ruth attributes what really transformed her life was the art education that happened through two major life events. The first was her imprisonment during World War II, and the second was being a student at Black Mountain College, which was a liberal college. So we're going to have a look at her art and some of the key educators from her life from age 16 to 22, and how she, through that, develops an incredibly powerful self-concept, the citizen of the universe idea, that resulted in a life well lived. I'll move on to the next bit. And so can we have the next slide, please? Oh, I can do it actually, can't I? So to speak just a bit about the work she's best known for, so from about 1949 and through to the first decade of the 21st century, Asawa became known for making these extraordinary works that are deceptively simple. They are lines of wire that she loops and ties into incredible new forms. And what's really startling about these pieces is they look like they're born of nature. It's really hard to get your head around the idea that they're made all by hand. And actually what we're really admiring when we look at them is not simply the line, but as with all drawings and things such as calligraphy, it's the space between the line that's actually forming the shape. And it's the unity of those two things, the material line we can see and the immaterial aspects of what constitutes the living world that we can't see too. We can see through them. Some are small enough to hold in your hand, and some are like over 3 meters tall, and they're in relation to our bodies in some way. So they're incredibly impactful when you see them in real life. And what she does within these works is she's following rules and structures that are repeated patterns, drawing from ideas within nature that biology repeats simple patterns and structures again and again to grow unique and distinct, but ultimately interconnected different forms that are very distinctive and unique, very distinctive and individual, yet part of a wider system of identifiable forms. And those ideas really came to fruition for her through Black Mountain College, which was learning very much from the sciences and new forms of articulation around environmentalism at that time, this is in the 1940s, as well as Buddhism, and a big range of ideas and ideologies that were coming together at that time. Next slide. Oh, gosh, sorry. It's because it's not like right in front of me like that. That's what I'm used to, poking things at the front, not clicking things on my hand. So when Ruth, just after she turned 16, the US government, because of the Second World War, and feeling they essentially had public permission due to the bombing of Pearl Harbor, but the plans had been in place before, built concentration camps based on the models that were happening in Europe. This was all people of Japanese ancestry were coerced into going into these camps. They changed the name of them to internment camps, from concentration camps, to differentiate them from the death camps that were happening within Germany and elsewhere, which at the time was not understood fully the extent of things such as the Holocaust. But this idea that people can be classified together through race and nation, within a nation within which they're a citizen, was truly shocking and very extreme. And for a 16-year-old, it was extremely traumatic and challenging. Ruth had grown up in a very small rural area. She spent 5 months at the Santa Anita racetrack, so it was literally a horses racetrack. And there she met a big range of people. One of the things that was a big shift in her life was suddenly her world expanded, even though she was incarcerated. The expansion was, it was all people of Japanese ancestry, and people self-organised, and most impressively, some of the people who were in there as professional artists, notably 3 Disney animators, decided to teach some children art who were interested in that. Also, all her chores and her schooling and the things that had taken her time and been scheduled for her weren't there. So she spent her time painting and making art and doing other things. The things that she was taught there was not just about making art. As she said at the beginning, art's an important preoccupation. What she was really being taught, I believe, by some of the animators and the people teaching her art in the camps was, as an individual, in a situation with things far beyond your control, in a situation of racial persecution, you're being classified by labels by which you don't identify, and it could seem extremely terrifying. What you have control over is how you spend your time and what you concentrate on. So she was taught to draw from nature for the first time, observational drawings, essentially from nature. So really learning to hone your eye, but spending times in ways that are of your own choosing and not dictated by the structures around, and also being taught to be within the present moment, which is an incredibly important aspect of the idea of art is doing. So it's the doing of it, which is what brings us into relationship with life, with our creative capacity, with the idea we have command over our own time and what we wish to do. So these things were hugely important kind of implicit lessons in what she was being taught to do. She then moved to the Roa relocation centre in Arkansas and had again some brilliant teachers there. Louise Beasley, who she really organised to take a very small number of students, here they are, out to draw and observe in the landscape and nature. Ruth had never done this kind of work before. She had, this was one of her early watercolours, but again, this idea that art, she said later in 1990, saved us. She literally felt it saved their lives, not just their sanity, but actually saved their lives in terms of how they could conceive of themselves within the world and how they understood the world around them and that they're part of the world outside. She then went to train as an art teacher. She studied for 3 years and then wasn't allowed to do her final teaching module, which was classroom-based, because whilst the war was over at that point, there was concern that within the classroom, as a young student teacher, she would face levels of racial aggression that wouldn't be bearable. So she's furious. She's done all this study, but she has met brilliant people while she's been studying, and some of them have found out about this amazing college, Black Mountain College. She applies to Black Mountain College, and Black Mountain College is an experimental institution set up in 1933, constituted around bringing together a number of different educational and pedagogic belief systems. It didn't do qualifications, and you could go there for a summer course, which is what Ruth could afford in terms of getting some scholarship. So in her application, I thought this was great. So for researching this exhibition, one of the things that Rebecca and I did was to go through all her papers at Stanford University Archive and piece together this different narrative and this different way of understanding her from different aspects. And I'm particularly interested in how does a young person form a self-concept when they've been through trauma, and who is it and what is it that's happening around them in terms of some of the adults that help them conceive of themselves in ways that allows them to have a fulfilled life. She's quite impressive from a young age, is what some of this reveals. So she's 20 years old at this point, and these are some of the character references from her teachers at the college and also some of the people that she was an au pair for their kids. So her enthusiasm is radiant and infectious. She has considerable talent. She's mature, self-possessed and capable. And on her own application form, it's beautiful because she has a learning intention. Her response is a greater understanding of the knowledge of the needs of the people and to find some purpose in living, which is quite an aspiration for a 6-month learning programme. Her interests are painting and sociology, and her goals are to help on a farm or finish school. So as with many young people, you can only be it if you can see it, and her aspirations were at that time relatively modest, and that changed as she met more tutors, essentially. So having had the experience in the internment camp that was being in a demonising human situation, you can actually find your own sense of self through how you spend your time drawing from nature and other things. Within this context, the emphasis is on abstract art in different ways. So Black Mountain College was an experiment in progressive education. It was a liberal college that was interdisciplinary with the aim of enabling students to respond creatively to challenges and to make a civic contribution, whatever their chosen profession was going to be. The advisory board, for example, included people such as Albert Einstein, Walter Gropius, who'd been a founder of the Bauhaus, and John Dewey, the educational philosophical thinker, and he donated hundreds of books to the college. It attracted, in terms of the teaching staff, luminaries from the arts, scientists, mathematics, philosophy, who brought with them methodologies and beliefs from Eastern and Western traditions, as well as the global South. So this was very much people who were fascinated in how people could learn different ways of being in the world. And a good number of them were, in fact, themselves refugees, in that they had come from Germany because of their Jewish ancestry or the Jewish ancestry of their partner. So it's an extraordinary, unusual mix. The college lasted only 24 years, but it had an outsized kind of impact on a number of different disciplines. It drew most directly on John Dewey's pluralistic outlook, I'd say, and John Dewey, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, wrote My Pedagogic Creed in 1897, and in that he's stating that learning is a social process. We do things by doing things with others as well as individually learning, and fundamentally we learn from experience. His best known phrase is, education is not preparation for life, it is life itself. And in the 1920s, he went to research in Japan and in China and learnt from them methods from Taoism, Confucianism and Zen about different ways of learning about being in the world and from experience with what seem like relatively simple methods. So Black Mountain College, they had a range of different methods they used. Another compulsory aspect was the study of Plato. That's so people could learn how to engage in Socratic dialogues, because fundamentally the ethos of the college was how to create citizens who could individually shape themselves to not be ego-orientated, but to think of themselves in the world in a bigger way, to negotiate and contribute to society, and to have, and something big with John Dewey, and the people he's drawing from, is to have a civic contribution that you're making to the dynamic, contemporary understanding of society that you're within. So they drew on Plato to engage with Socratic dialogue, as I mentioned, Quaker principles as well, of arising at consensual ways of agreeing things. They borrowed from some teaching methods in Oxford University where lecturers were taskmasters, not taskmasters, but teachers working in smaller groups. Learning was done as a social process, which meant that activities were done as a community. So lessons were scheduled in the morning, the afternoons were given over to gardening and building and farming and cooking, and performances worked on together as well. Everyone had the right to be heard was an important principle. And divergence and disagreement were seen as important for progressing ideas and for sharpening up thinking. And creativity and ambition were important for fostering individual integrity. In short, the college was really a manifestation of ideas of pluralism. So the idea that, for example, from Frederick Douglass, who spoke in the States as somebody who had formerly been a slave and then became somebody who very much wrote and spoke on the importance of the USA as a nation of constituted people together, being a place where there was no division between rich and poor, between black and white, between educated and uneducated, and that everybody has a right to pluralistically live alongside each other, to be regarded as a human, first and foremost. So these ideas track across lots of different moments in history. Joseph Albers was an extraordinary teacher. He'd been brought over because of the tutoring he'd been doing at the Bauhaus, which had a massive influence in Europe and beyond as an art and design school in 3 different locations in Germany across time. And the Bauhaus, when the National Socialists, the Nazis, took power in Germany, the senior management team effectively were told that they had to hand over or renounce the Jewish staff on their team, on their administrative team and on their teaching staff. And they said, no, we'd rather close. So they decided to close themselves. It wasn't that they were forced to close. And that making difficult ethical decisions in the face of wider political contexts is extremely important to remember. It's not often as simple as that was closed by these political authority or others. People choose to opt out if they think the freedoms and openness and what they're trying to create in a place is jeopardized by the political situation within. Joseph Albers was somebody who didn't actually speak hardly any English when he arrived, and his teaching is recounted by, he becomes, as many of you will know, he's best known for the interaction of colour. As he said later on, I don't teach art, I teach philosophy. Fundamentally, he taught a course that everyone at Black Mountain College had to do, whether they were going to go and be mathematicians afterwards or sociologists or whatever their chosen profession. His classes were about sharpening up your understanding of how you engage with the world, so honing your perception about colours, visually understanding that colours and the way that cognitively, as we'd call it, works, is a perceptual thing where they look different in relation to each other. Underlying that, as we see later, was other ethoses about, again, pluralism. It was also about respecting the materials, using the least amount of materials, they didn't have any money anyway, to make different forms. One of his exercises was making these lines in wire, and in order to understand the Taoism which he's trying to convey. So he's trying to demonstrably get people to understand the ideas. For example, he'd quote Lao Tzu, and Lao Tzu had beautiful kind of short poetic articulations of how to understand Eastern animistic philosophies. For example, to put it at its simplest, we can see the material outline of a bowl, but what makes it a bowl is the void within. The void is the essence of the world around us. The spokes of a bike, the material things we can see, the metal spokes, are only of value in relation to what we can't see. So there is equal importance to what we can see and what we can't see. This also came out of a big opposition in our education to what had gone before. So what's perhaps not so apparent is with do this in a moment, with some of the influences that comes from, such as John Ruskin in the UK, a Victorian who had been part of, but very much opposed to, and trying to argue against the art education academies, which was about life drawing, learning to copy a subject, and the issue with life drawing and the training in art academia until that point was you had one individual as the subject. This is still the Western way of visually perceiving, and that's the most important thing, the central individual subject, and the rest is either empty space or kind of background or context. And the move to Eastern thinking was a big shift that was happening in the 19th century against these ideas of fixed rules, the idea that humans were above everything else, the idea that things were fixed and facts and immutable. And the more that was understood about biology and different ways of engaging with nature, the more complex and interesting things started to become. And it shifted our education and education more broadly in a very significant way towards how we can understand ourselves as part of a process of life. In Asawa's story, her parents are, when her released from internment, people's lives are somewhat torn apart, and so she is drawn back to the family farm. And quite exceptionally, the founder of the college writes to ask her parents to explain, many of you might have experienced this, art might not seem like an obvious thing to do, but actually she can have mentoring from Joseph Albers, the funds are there to support her, and she really is a very gifted artist. And they would support her in having a profession in art, but she really needs to come back to the college in order to be part, give what she can give, essentially, into life. Albers really wanted her to stop drawing flowers and stop drawing things from nature in the way that she was very orientated to doing because of how important that had been to her in the camps. But one of the things that's striking about her is that she knew how that was part of what was fulfilling for her. So she carried on drawing flowers all through her life. So these are actually not from her time there, but as a practice she continued and continued. The idea that Albers draws on, this idea of teaching people to visually learn how to really tune in with seeing the world in reality, so from Ruskin's ideas around art. So this big shift in art education, and what Ruskin was advocating for was that at the centre of all liberal education should be that everybody, all working men's colleges and different places, everybody should be learning to draw from nature as part of what they do on a kind of regular basis. The reason being that in capitalist industrial societies, where alienation becomes very acute because you're a worker or because of racial aggression or social aggression, to be able to spend time contemplating and learning to see the true reality of life, which is you're a being in the world and you're part of nature, and to respect and spend that time to learn to truly kind of see the truth of things and see that you can create and that you are somebody with capabilities in individual ways yourself, was something that threads through in interesting ways in these big shifts in art education over long periods of time. Black Mountain College is an amazing place. Carolina at that time is racially segregated. Here is them. This is Ruth Asawa. And this is her then boyfriend, Albert Lanier, who was a young architecture student. In the summer when she's there, in 1948, she has an extraordinary experience because it's a summer program. In the summer program at the college, different tutors are brought together. Albers invited Buckminster Fuller, who went on to invent the geodesic dome and went on to become extremely influential in the development of One Earth thinking and environmental sustainability, on thinking around notions of networks that influenced internet design and different, very much influences that debate in that context. And also the de Koonings were there at this time. A young choreographer, Merce Cunningham, was there with his partner, John Cage. They too were very much drawing ideas of Buddhism. How do you be in a place in time, in the present moment, knowing that you're part of a living world in a way that was very different from the other structures. Fuller would do these super charismatic demonstrations, big ideas, really big ideas. The students were completely entranced. Some of the tutors really enjoyed it. Some of them were a bit less convinced. He'd weave together really energetically different ideas from geometry. He talked about warring nations being exactly what shouldn't be happening, that the Earth is one space, that the great circle, you can see that on the shelf at the back of that image, was put together very simply with paper plates and hairpins. The idea being that in making this, you're also thinking about how you're part of a wider structure, how together we're one Earth. He later came up with a concept called Spaceship Earth. And his big articulation, which is drawing again from ideas in the 19th century that were coming around, was that actually we're related, and scientifically it is the case, that we're actually part of the universe in terms of our scientific reality. So that is some of the true nature of freedom that is reflected on later by Ruth as she's starting to form her understanding. She learns in one session with John Cage and Merce Cunningham about moving in space with others. The choreography was based in ideas of not moving to synchronized movements, but instead moving through time and space together. She started drawing this, essentially, and trying to visually represent how you could be moving together as individuals, but actually also being as one. And for her, she's very much trying to reconcile the ideas that she'd been brought up with in Japanese culture, where there is, at that time, no individualism, that you are representing always your community, and the ideas that she's coming across in this college, where the individual is to develop their own independent sense of self, and for some, self-expression. But self-expression wasn't the principle of the arts being at the centre at Black Mountain College. We'll recognise these, what become called her motifs of a form within a form, and a looped form of being bodies in space that then, I believe, go on to develop into her wild works. So when we're in the space, and this seeing through and seeing, being beside and within is a big part of it. She eventually agrees, great persistence from her partner, to marry Albert Lanier, but at this time, thank you, at this time, interracial marriage is largely illegal in America. So it would be a very significant move to do that. This letter, I'm absolutely fascinated by. It's in this letter that she once uses the phrase citizen of the universe, and it's the only time she refers to it. What she's wrestling with through this letter, and put very explicitly, is she's trying to prepare her Caucasian husband for the understanding that when they move to San Francisco to get married, as interracial marriage has just been legalized there, he is going to experience racial prejudice and abuse in ways he never has. And she's setting out how her and her siblings have dealt with that, and how she has come to choose different forms of pain. She's moving to choose the pain of wire cutting her fingers, rather than the emotional pain of racial abuse. So again, as in the camps, she's choosing the art making and the discomfort of that, both literally, but also sometimes it's really difficult to do the thing you know you should do. But it's ultimately the thing you need to do. And that idea of how will they live in this, they've been within a utopic community, essentially, or aspiring to be utopic community, where they're seen as equals, they've seen equal marriages between people in modern ways she had not seen before. And she's trying to wrestle with an understanding of her self-concept, and also how will they move into their life in ways that they don't lose all that kind of when they basically start to set up a family and life. Ruth wanted to... So she, within this letter, declares that she is getting rid of being Japanese and American and is choosing to be a citizen of the universe, a concept she probably learnt from Buckminster Fuller, and a concept that in itself goes back to Sufism, it goes back to all different forms of faith and belief across different areas of the world and at different times. It's quite strong within mathematics philosophies as well. She talks as well there about Alba's teaching them about colours always interacting, but never violently repelling each other as part of the ethos that she was taught. So they move there in the 1950s. She goes on to have 6 children and make most of a huge amount of her work. She establishes in that time these incredible works, which she's making at home. I've always been super impressed that she's found a technique where she can make things of scale. They live in a tiny flat at this point. And that she can leave it for a while, come to it, go back to it. And this idea of integrating your practice with your life in order for it to be sustainable was something that was very strongly taught by the professional artists at the college. Here, she continues through her life to credit the different tutors that she's learnt from. And most importantly, to my mind, she says at this point, this is in a speech in 1990, some notes she was writing, that the tutors that she learnt from, mathematician Max Den or Annie Albers and Joseph Albers, that they profoundly influenced my outlook on the value of life, as in life itself, as a process, and that we are part of that and within that. And we don't know, as she says at the beginning, what the future will hold, but by being within the present and following your independent thinking and your ethos that you've come to understand and identify for yourself gets you through. And the true nature of freedom that she refers to is that extraordinary insights that she was introduced to by a number of tutors over time, which is that ultimately we are beyond the definitions of nation, race, gender, and different constraints of the time, and in fact are related to parts of the universe. When she teaches, goes on to teach and set up in 1968 schools workshops, as she becomes more activist in 1968, she actually honours and teaches the things she was taught at Black Mountain a lot of the time, so that those ideas and those philosophical concepts are being kept intact. And in fact, these, what Buckminster Fuller is teaching in these, were actually taken from people before him too, such as Grace Young, who was a British woman first to write a geometry book for schools as to how to teach children how to understand mathematical and natural forces through making. And the idea that you can have a continuation of how you propagate ideas in the world through honouring the teachers that have taught you, and by having continuity of ideas and expanding them in your own way, such as these milk cartons, is an incredibly important thing to do. And her big emphasis all the time was fundamentally that art is the doing, and the idea of being in a space and making art together is more important than writing about it, making exhibitions about it, or talking about it. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
We're going to have questions at the end of every session. So if you think of a really nice question now, or perhaps not so nice question either. You know, elephants in the room, they're really nice if we can get the elephants out there. Our next speaker is Emily Pringle. And I'm going to read from my notes again. Emily Pringle, she's the head of research at Tate. And she's also the author of a book called Rethinking Research in the Art Museum. So Emily's work is as an artist researcher. And she's leading this. This isn't in my notes, but she's everywhere. She's teaching a lot of museums how to do this. She initially trained as an artist, and she was hired after a period of being independent and floating around as an independent and doing lots of different types of work, I presume. She joined the Tate, and she's focused on the role of artists in the museum learning and engagement programs on creative learning. And what I find particularly interesting about what you're going to talk about, Emily, and this is what I like, is like this idea of the artist as a learner as well as a teacher. So please welcome Emily.
thank you. Oh yeah, I can hear. I'm speaking okay. So first of all, I'd like to thank the colleagues at the Stavanger Kunstmuseum for inviting me here, and to Emma and to Helen for that lovely introduction. Emma's talk's a hard one to follow. Amazing. Your level of scholarship is just so impressive. But I'm going to talk a bit about what it means to think of artists as exemplary teachers and as learners, and what we can learn from Ruth Asawa's approach to art making and learning. I'm going to draw on some research I did a while back about the role of the artist teacher, and I'm also going to reference Ruth Asawa herself, her creative work and her pedagogic work. And I hope this talk is going to give some insights into how artists function as creative teachers and learners. But I hope, knowing that there are a number of teachers in the room, that it resonates with teachers as well. I think it's very important to not set up a binary between the artist and the teacher. There are so many crossovers between the two. But as Emma kind of alluded to, oh, that's who I am. There you go, head of research at Tate. In 1968, Ruth, with a colleague and fellow parent at her children's school, Sally Woodbridge, set up a scheme that ended up being called the Alvarado Art Workshops in San Francisco, which is an extraordinary scheme which, when it was at its most active, comprised an Artists in Schools program at over 50 schools in the San Francisco area. And the workshops really reflected the pedagogic philosophies that Ruth believed in. And at the heart of that was the fact that it embedded practicing artists, musicians, and gardeners, as well as other crafts folk, into the public schools to work with both the students and the parents over long periods of time. And Ruth at that time was very clear and made this statement that if you've never made art, you can never teach the making of art. It's as simple as that. And I think at the heart of this talk is my trying to interrogate why Ruth would say something like that, and what does it mean? And in order to dig a bit deeper, I'd like to start by looking at two philosophies that relate to art making and learning that perhaps throw some light into why it's important to know to have the experience of making art if you're actually going to teach art. And to start with, I'm going to return to John Dewey, who Emma referred to, and here is the great man in Technicolor. And we've already heard from Emma about how important Black Mountain College was to Ruth. And John Dewey was this extraordinary American educational theorist. He was on the board of Black Mountain College. And just building on what Emma said, one of the kind of founding values that Dewey held was that the value of art didn't necessarily reside in the art object, but in the experience of making and encountering the art object. Dewey believed really strongly, as well as as Emma said, that art needs to be a collective activity. He believed that everyone was capable of being an artist and living what he called an artful life. He argued that art expands people's experience, but also that the practices and interactions of everyone's everyday life, if attended to, can prompt what he called aesthetic experiences. So what he really felt was crucial was this idea that we need to pay attention to the world and to these aesthetic experiences. And if we do that, just that paying attention, we can broaden our experiences, we deepen our awareness, we develop our imagination, and ultimately we enrich our lives. So what we need to be is in continuous dialogue with the world. And he actually talked about it being in continuous aesthetic dialogue with the world. We need to connect with our environment, and in turn we need to be impacted and affected by that environment. And in doing that, we grow creatively. In other words, we learn. So that fundamental notion of learning through that close interaction with the environment that we find ourselves in is really fundamental to Dewey. And he went a step further to articulate how we can be good learners. And in order to be good learners, in order to be open to that aesthetic dialogue, we need to remain very open to experiences. So we need to have this ability to connect with people and places. But that can be quite a challenging thing to be, because we need to be able to live with uncertainty, and we need to be receptive to, rather than overwhelmed by, things that are unfamiliar to us. So we learn when we can explore, when we can experiment, and when we can fully experience the world. So I just want to hold that. This is a theme that I want to come back to through this talk, this idea of being comfortable with notions of uncertainty. And it is for this, well, partly for this reason, that Dewey considered artists to be very good at creative learning, because he saw in artists this ability to act in unconstrained ways, of being able to hold this openness, and being able to also combine that holding of openness with this ability to concentrate in and on the world. So it's those two things, being very open, but also paying attention. Again, two things that I'd like to come back to, but if we can hold both of those for the time being. The second set of ideas that I'd like to refer to, and here's that lovely slide again, align with Dewey's ideas, but draw on the work of the French theorist Alain Badiou. And Alain Badiou's ideas have been expanded upon by a British educationalist called Dennis Atkinson. And he talks about how learning can be seen as a shift from one state of being, our current state of being, where we feel we know things, to a new state that is a state of not knowing. So I think we've all had that experience. I certainly know I have. When I walk into a gallery and I see a work of art and I think, I have no idea what this is about. I am confronted by something which is beyond my sense of knowing. And that's that moment where I confront the artwork and think, I don't know this, again, can prompt this moment of uncertainty, of discomfort, of embarrassment sometimes. And what Atkinson and Badiou talk about is this is a moment of rupture or disturbance. They talk about this being a learning event. And it's this space, this vacuum, that exposes the limits of our knowledge. So we are immediately confronted with, I don't know this. And we can do one of two things at that moment. We can retreat into ourselves and go, I don't know, slightly uncomfortable about this, so I'm going to walk away, both intellectually and quite often physically. I see it in the gallery all the time. And I know that moment of, oh, no, I don't understand this. Oof, I'm not clever enough. Don't understand it. You walk away. Or alternatively, and providing one is given a certain amount of support, perhaps, you go, okay, I don't understand this, but I'll sit with this for a minute. And maybe there is some supports or some questions that I can bring to this that enable me to embrace that strangeness and allow me to go with it. And also through that allowing myself to go with it, I develop a new understanding. So I go, okay, I didn't understand it, but maybe there's something in the interpretation label that says, oh, this artist was interested in this. And I go, oh, okay, that's a way in. And I start to construct an understanding of something that I didn't have before. So I'm starting to think something new. And I've moved through, in a sense, 3 stages. I've moved from knowing to not knowing to knowing something different. And that's through paying attention and through having that openness to kind of go with that uncertain, perhaps uncomfortable process. And that is learning, according to Atkinson and Badiou. Now, I find that the framing of learning as an event a very useful starting point, as it suggests how and why a learner is transformed. It draws attention to the importance of risk and experimentation and the openness that's required to move into a space of not knowing to gain new insights. It also crucially highlights the importance of the teacher, be it the teacher in the form of the, might be the interpretation label, but quite often it is physically the teacher in the room who's supporting the learner at that moment of uncertainty, whilst also working within a context where risk and exploration are encouraged, where there isn't that sense of, well, if you don't know, there's no, don't bother trying. If you're not already familiar, forget it. So I think holding those ideas of, as I say, openness, experimentation, context within you work, within how we work, I want to return to why might artists be good at this? And what can we as teachers and learners learn from, in a sense, what artists do and how they operate. And again, I really want to stress it's not exclusive to artists. But if we return to the wonderful Ruth, I think she personifies many of the attributes of the exemplary artist teacher. She was a pioneer, but again, she was not alone in manifesting these attributes. Some time ago, more time ago than I'd care to think about right now, I did a piece of research for the Arts Council in England that explored the many roles that artists play when they are in what we referred to as sites for learning. I interviewed several artists who were working in education contexts and community settings, and I did a big literature review. I read around the subject. And I drew from those interviews and the literature a kind of framework which identified the different roles that artists play when they're working collaboratively with others in schools and educational settings. And these are the kind of broad categories that emerged. Most predictably, perhaps, the artists saw themselves as educators. They're developing learners' skills and knowledge through sharing their own expertise. And I think one of the key things that came through that was understanding how the artists saw that expertise. And the two terms that it became quite helpful to define this expertise is the difference between knowing how and knowing what. And knowing what is perhaps what we understand as theoretical knowledge. So if you know a lot about art history, for example, that's a lot of knowing what. And knowing what is generally, we can share it through language. We write about it, we talk about it. It's our kind of body of theoretical knowledge. Whereas knowing how, which is really quite a lot what the majority of the artists talked about, is the experiential knowledge that you gain through doing stuff. So all Ruth's expertise about wrapping that wire, she learnt through the doing of wrapping that wire. She couldn't necessarily have had someone write it down and say, this is how you wrap wire. You have to gain that expertise through doing. So it goes back to all that Emma was saying about art is doing. And this speaks very much to Ruth's comment about if you haven't made art, you don't know how to teach it, because the argument is that kind of know-how you really can only share if you've got the know-how, in a sense. And in how you teach know-how is you facilitate. So you enable others to have the experiences of doing whatever it takes, of wrapping wire, for example, in the case of Ruth Asawa. So you develop people's know-how rather than their know-what. And you develop their know-how by giving them opportunities to experiment, to take risks, and to play, all the things that we've just talked about in relation to those two models of learning. And really closely associated with that, the artists saw themselves as collaborators, and this speaks to what Helen was saying about they described themselves as co-learners. So they saw themselves as working alongside the learners that they were teaching, and they would be literally physically working alongside. So in the case of, I'm not sure if Ruth did this, but I think she did with her children. She used to make her children wrap all the wire as well as do it herself. So she would have been wrapping wire. There were her kids wrapping wire alongside her. So that sense of learning together, giving everyone the opportunity to experiment, crucially within this supportive environment. But equally, they act as individual researchers. So artists are always seeking to test and develop their own understandings. So there isn't this sense of a closed set of expertise that they know everything, so they never have to learn anything ever again. The idea is that they themselves follow this process of inquiry. They model a process of questioning, curiosity, experimentation, risk-taking, modeling that whole thing of not knowing as well. So the teacher doesn't become the infallible expert who knows everything. The teacher is someone who also goes, I don't know, let's try and find this out together. And in doing so, they act as mentors and role models. They model ways of problem solving and expressing their ideas. They demonstrate this profound level of engagement with their own practice. And as part of that, as I've said, this critical and creative approach that they employ. So everything that they bring to the making of art, they bring to that teaching and learning process. And perhaps one way of thinking about it is that they see learners as apprentices. So it is, how can you learn how to be an artist, is one of the things that the folks that I interviewed talked about. And then, interestingly, and this is something that I want to return to, a lot of the artists saw themselves as having a role as social activists, that they saw education as a mode of affecting change, and in giving a voice to the participants in their programs. And they did that through broadening their critical and reflective thinking and empowering them. The artists that I spoke to saw themselves as having a wider social responsibility to address issues including discrimination, marginalisation, and oppression. And education in relation to this becomes a means by which they provide learners with skills and opportunities to enable those learners to make visible their individual and collective concerns. So this idea of many of you, I'm sure, will be aware of the teachings of Paulo Freire, the critical pedagogue, and that idea of giving people a voice, that was something that was very important to the folks that that I interviewed and what emerged through and through in the literature. So here you have a set of, in a sense, characteristics of the artist, which, when translated into an education context, offers a way of teaching and learning, which I think is really important today. And just to return to the wonderful Ruth, as we should always, I think what I've talked about before are characteristics in terms of what artists do. But again, if we think about Ruth, it's also who she is, what it is that kind of she embodied. And one of the things that she absolutely embodied was this idea of seeing herself as a creative problem solver. And this goes back, again, very much to the teachings of Joseph Albers that Emma referred to. And this idea that you find solutions to problems through working absolutely tenaciously. So you do not give up. You keep trying until you've solved a problem. And also Albers had this wonderful sense that Emma's talked about, this belief in experiential learning. It's through the doing that we learn. And I think that idea that creative problem solving comes through practical hands-on learning. So you set yourself a problem and then you work through it, through the doing of it. I'm no doubt there's lots of thinking that goes on around it, but fundamentally you need to get in there, get your hands dirty in order to solve your problems. So it's both bringing your creativity, but also you need to work really hard. So this notion of that kind of romantic ideal of the creative artist who sort of sits there wafting away with having these lovely ideas every now and then. I love that idea, but most of the artists that I know, and I'm sure we're all familiar with it, work incredibly hard. When they're faced with a problem, they don't give up. They keep going at it. Time and again. And I think this is something that art teaches you. And it's a really important skill to learn, that skill of resilience, persistence, coming at problems from as many different ways as you possibly can, whilst at the same time holding this open-mindedness and this ability to experiment. So Ruth saw that these are prerequisites for active learning and a rich artistic life. And she expected that of herself, but she also expected that of others. And I think that is a key attribute of the good teacher, is that it is the expectation that people can do this, that given the right conditions and context and support, again, going back to Dewey's ideas, everyone is capable of doing this. And I think one of the lovely things, again, that I think is very important to recognise with Ruth, and goes back to Buckminster Fuller, is this idea of recognising complexity and seeing that everything is connected. So whilst keeping that persistence, it's also allowing for a sense of the holistic whole. And more recently, I've come across the ideas of the theorist Donna Haraway, and this lovely idea that she talks about of staying with the trouble. And I think this is, again, something that I see artists do a lot. And staying with the trouble is this idea of recognizing that the world is a complex place and that we cannot automatically and should not go for the simplest answer. Instead, we need to stay with the trouble, to sit with the complexity and recognize that the complex problems that we face in the world require complex solutions. So I think that's another thing to think about. And just to pull things together, so why is this important? Why is it important that we have this way of learning? whether it be through artistic practice or otherwise. And again, I'd like to return to the ideas of John Dewey, and particularly his belief that if we expand our perceptions, we become more open to different understandings and also to be able to take action. If we pay attention to detail, we have greater potential for meaning, which in turn gives us fresh insights. It also challenges our ways of being that we might have previously taken for granted. Dewey understood that extraordinary experiences occur when people grasp new concepts. And what's special about art is its ability to communicate ideas that stimulate reflection on our lives. And perhaps something that we've touched on a bit, but certainly was very important for Dewey, is that art functions as a morally significant experience, that processes of inquiry, looking and finding meaning are transformative, and they extend connections with what is, and this is what Dewey actually says, what is good and right. And he talked about that particularly in relation to democracy. Now, this might be one of the elephant in the rooms, and we can come have this debate, I hope. But I finish with this quote from the critical pedagogue, Henry Giroux, and this idea that we need this form of education in order to hang on to our democratic society. And this idea that no democratic society can survive without a formative culture shaped by pedagogical practices capable of creating the conditions for producing citizens who are critical, self-reflective, knowledgeable, and willing to make moral judgments and act in a socially responsible way. And I think for both Dewey and Giroux, enabling learners to develop the skills of deep engagement, critical reflection, and good decision-making are vital. Artistic pedagogy, such as that practiced by Ruth Asawa and other artist educators working around the world, foregrounds the teaching of these qualities. And that is why, if nothing else, it's so important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emily. Do we have questions? I think we do. But I'd just like to give a little reflection on both speakers' input, to draw them together, because afterwards we're going to go into different areas. I think our philosophical content that we've been talking about is very, very important in order to ground Asawa's work. This idea of the world is complex and the ethical being. I think it's very, very easy when you look at art from the outside to see it as a simple process. And we all know, because everybody here in some way has been practicing or been in this, apart from the psychologists perhaps, in the field, that the ethical content of what we're actually showing in the museums now is, in the next 10 to 20 years, is going to be really, really important in the way that the public experience art. And as a sculptor, trained in sculpture myself, it's like, how do we show the ethical aspects of being in the world? How are we going to use materials now? Like, can we actually support what's been happening in Europe? They were sending sculptures to maquettes to Vietnam to be made into full size and then brought back. Like, there's a big imprint in what we're doing. So I think that this really grounds like the future. How do we take artist practice forward in materials as well? I've probably got other things to say, but we can save them for afterwards. Questions? We have someone up there. It's Gadelisa. Yeah. We have a microphone that's going to wander. Gadelisa. Yeah. Kari. Yeah.
Thank you so much for this lovely lecture, Emily. I'm just curious, you know, this artist experience from John Dewey was from 1934, and this artist, she was in college in 1946. And of course, the idea of art as experience has changed like radically, I would say, today. So I'm just curious about, do you have any thoughts on how we, as museum professionals and as teachers, how should we translate that relevance of experience into today's life? Any thoughts on that?
Shall I?
Yes, please.
Shall I? I'll come back over here. That's a really good question. It's a really hard question. I think it is. I absolutely agree with you. I think it's worth acknowledging the time and place that Dewey was writing, and my sense is the important thing is to focus on. Or the things that seem most relevant to me is the idea, that empowering message of those qualities of being an artist, about paying attention and holding the complexity and uncertainty. And the message that I think that we as museums, particularly as kind of seen as these bastions of knowledge and high culture normally, are that sense of we are here for you to, as a learner, to be developing your own sense of meaning and understanding, and that meaning and understanding is valid. For me, that key message that's held within the Deweyan concept is the one that that is the most radical in a way, and I think has the most potential to be transformative. So rather than fixate on kind of Dewey himself, and I have to confess I find Dewey very difficult to read. I think he's so dense and of his time, as you say, but I still think there is that radical potential within that concept, which is really important.
Thank you both for very interesting lectures. I would like to ask something that Helen said about ethics, and also the last speaker said something about ethics. And in my opinion, there's a lot of talk about to justify arts and arts education, that it is so inherently good. But in a way, art and the relations and creativity, they are not inherently good concepts. There has to be some kind of ethical approaches to it, to make or to support citizenship in a way through art and arts education. And I wonder, in which ways do we or you stress these things as artists and teachers, so that there isn't coming up a kind of goodness discourse that art is inherently good, and whatever we do with art is so great. Yeah, and of course, arts teachers are like angels. Yeah, so
we are. Well, you are.
And artists, I can't tell how good they are. So, how is this discussion accomplished within the artist and art teacher environments? Because I think it's extremely important to divide or to have a a consciousness around being good or being moral or acting morally in the world situation.
Yeah, thanks for the question about is art inherently good in terms of the teaching of it and the very strong narrative that there is that kind of art is good for you. I also think it needs to be interrogated more, and actually to speak a little to the question that was asked earlier as well about what interesting ideas kind of from the past, from Dewey, but he's actually drawing on pedagogies from China and elsewhere too. To my mind, a key factor in what made some of the learning impact important from the experimental models, Black Mountain and other things, was that the people who are choosing to teach have their own clear understanding of what their views are, where they come from, and where they're situated in the current landscape. So they politically know where they're positioned, and they're explicit and clear about that. So I think the 1940s, people were more open and explicit in their language, so looking back at some of those things. So whether it's the kind of essay to students that's in the internment book, which talks about the importance of you have responsibility to understand what you are good at in the world, and that you have a responsibility to kind of get good at what you are good at and do that as a contribution to society in a very kind of particular way. But as we know, art is just a descriptor of a certain way of creating things or expressing things in the world. It's not inherently good or bad at all. But to my mind, spending time individually to work out why you're doing what you're doing, and it speaks a bit to how Hannah Arendt talked about things, again from that era too, the importance of consciously and deliberately knowing what you're doing and why you're doing that, and being explicit about that. So for example, she talks about the banality of evil, just to give it as a super simple articulation, of people doing unthinking actions. A lot of the kind of injustices and violences against people is because people are not individually thinking of what you do, as she says. So that taking individual stock, where do my ideas come from? You know, no ideas are neutral. What belief systems are my motivations a big old mashup of? How do I want it to be? And being a bit more deliberate and conscious, and to think of what we do, and then to emotionally invest and recognise that everything we do, when it's very focused, and particularly working with children and young people, but colleagues as well and other interactions, it's the whole of us that's in there. The whole nervous system of emotionality, of beliefs, of our experiences and other things. And that's what we have a responsibility to be self-aware about and have self-knowledge about, and that's our particular position, and to learn from and with others who have other positions too. So to my mind, it's not necessarily a good or an evil thing, but I suppose one of my preferred articulations of good or evil is that idea that it is hugely problematic when people don't individually work through what they're doing. So I'm probably more pro-overthinking than underthinking.
Which is, I suppose, a different position than the artist who is doing as well.
Not so much, because doing is embodied, intuitive responses to an extent that you've kind of... So I think the doing and making... I think it's the consciousness is a thinking thing, but intuitiveness, to my mind, comes through lots of experiences garnered. So it's that kind of...
But I think, my experience as an artist is that there's a lot of blind spots in the way we think about our practices. Yeah. And it's those blind spots, like the elephants in the room. That's like why we get into these sort of rooms. It's like, where is the blind spot? What I can't see. And sometimes the blind spot can go out to the public, you know, and then you get the response. So I think it's not always because consciousness is a developing thing.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're all on this journey, you know, together.
Yeah.
And we're very dependent on the feedback. So
Yeah, that's all of us.
No, I agree. I agree, and just to sort of pick up on that, because I think just thinking about that last quote, that art has the capacity to make us think differently about ourselves and the world, and that's its kind of incredibly radical potential. And I think that's where there is this complexity around art being seen as being good. I actually think art has the potential to be so transformative, and some of that transformation is radical transformation, and that's the incredible kind of possibility within its educative possibility, but it's also the bit that perhaps those in power are frightened by, because if people really seize the potential of thinking differently, where does that end? So a narrative around, oh, it's good for you and it makes you feel better is a very comfortable one. The narrative around art challenges everything that you've ever thought about and makes you want to change the world, not so easy. So I think it's really, really important that we hang on to that sense of art can be disturbing, upsetting, difficult. It's difficult to make, it's difficult to see, but it has within it this incredible potential to make us think utterly differently. And that is why, it is a basic human right. The access to art should be and is enshrined as a basic human right.
There's someone at the back there. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Can you?
My name? You hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So my name is Håvard or Harvard, depending on
Harvard?
the language. Yes, we'll go with that.
Hello, Harvard.
Hello. I'm actually very shaken up here, which is a good thing. My body is like, you want us to do like a doing today, but it's just so mind-blowing to me to come here and to listen to you too, because it's been so great. But the body is like, I'm shaking. My body is shaking because it's so hard for me to sort of accept that I can't shout out or say like, wow, because. Yeah, because I'm so full of wows, and
thank you, Håvard.
And I think this is I'm learning a lot from children, because when they do a wow, they open their mouth and their eyes, and they are really into it.
Yeah.
And so I want to come to a question, because I feel like it's a selfish thing to talk in the microphone, because I just need to get out some energy, but. But I come from psychology, and psychology is my degree, and I did half of my degree in London. And what I'm wondering about here, because it seems like psychology, it should be it's the study of the soul. Apparently that was how it was originally, but to me, I think it's more of a mind thing. So after going into spiritualism, which is the embodiment, and now today coming here and listen to you guys talking about art, just why hasn't this? So the question is starting to come up here, and it's why haven't this been including more in the degree, like either in psychology or in art, that we, or is this a feeling that you have that is happening right now? That we have this bridges between our professions. Let's call it professions, because I haven't seen them when I was in Denmark, or when I'm in Norway, or when I was in London. I haven't seen these bridges, and I think that's why I'm so shaken up today, because the mind and the body and everything has to be integrated, and it's happening. And I just want to ask you: have you come across these feelings yourself, or have you? Have you seen more of an integration that I have seen?
Lovely.
So,
I think embodied knowledge, and so where to start? A short thing is, I trained as a contemporary artist at Goldsmiths, and very much conceptual art. And one of the aspects of that over my career has increasingly frustrated me is the negation of our embodied emotional physicality in relation to the work, which actually is a lot of where 20th century work's coming from. And the actually respecting that your body is signaling and telling you stuff, and that's a massive part of your knowledge and response, is something I think is really important, and I've very much looking at that across a number of different projects. And also one of the delights in, say, curating an exhibition is, you know, it's not like we're presenting some facts. It's completely biased, ultimately. It's a narrative. You could tell multiple different stories from the same materials that are being found. And one of my fascinations is, I read philosophy when I was a teenager, because I'm just sort of fascinated to understand what's going on. And art and philosophy I found really absorbing, and nothing else really held my attention apart from like dancing a lot and making art and doing things like that. And so philosophy ultimately, to my mind, then turns into they're all the same thing. How do we understand our own lived individual experience in relation to those around us, and then in relation to the planet that we're on, and what is all this stuff, and where am I, and what's that? And so you have it very strongly, ultimately, when you read philosophy, knowing that it's just people trying to figure that out, but using really difficult language unnecessarily sometimes. And then it moves into this amazing self-development stuff, you know, that comes out of that. So, and psychology kind of comes out of that in terms of things become thin-stranded disciplines, but frequently they're actually completely interrelated. And when you look back at various different professionals, they're in conversation with each other anyway. So that kind of how do we be wise in the world, not to be grand and to sit back at it, but to try and soothe the nervous system, because we have a sense of who we are and where we are. As Heidegger said, we've been thrown into a moment in history that we've just, and a context that is not of our making. And that is just the situation we all find ourselves in. When the ruptures are really aggressive on that cognitive dissonance, whatever you want to call it, like happened to Ruth, very energetic, cheerful, brilliant young girl, happy doing super busy things, and then suddenly global politics completely cuts through her family life. How do you process that? And so much of the art and aesthetic practices, very much from the East, and that had been growing in the West through the 19th century with a more kind of biological, interdisciplinary, sort of biological, psychological, philosophical bent, forge and are directly trying to wrestle with these same things. So I think that they're things that fundamentally, admit it or not, most individuals are trying to wrestle with a bit. But there's certain points for certain people in their life where that wrestle becomes a fight for survival, either mental health-wise or because of the context they're thrown in with, and how do you get through that? And discipline separations are usually, ultimately, public-facing or professional splits. But what people are reading and wrestling with and engaging with, for loads of us, you can just rove around where you want to try and make sense of it all. So it's the unruliness that probably I got both from art school, and my dad's a cognitive psychologist in mathematics education. And he would, you know, when I was being an angry, feisty, wild teen, I was seen as a problem child, wild teen, he just chucked me books like on Buddhism and things to get into it and calm things down that way. You know, that was the introvert mathematician's way of dealing with that kind of thing. So I think you bring in your own stuff that you're interested in, and I think that it's the aspect of knowing yourself and what you're interested in, and that nothing any of us are doing are politically neutral, philosophically neutral. There's not a way. It's just this lovely fumbling forward of life and hoping that you get a chance to work with brilliant collaborators who are in their journey happy to kind of stumble along together, trying to work things out.
That was really nice about the collaborators. Yeah?
Yeah.
Excuse me, who are you?
Oh, sorry. My name's Al Greenall. I'm an artist, English, living here, so it's amazing that you guys are visiting. What an honour. Maybe as an artist, I just also maybe want to play devil's advocate since there is such an incredible range of professions here today, to say, is it perhaps viewed as a help or a hindrance today that the practices of art might need to break out of the context of art to tackle the wider issues in culture happening around us? Is it a help or a hindrance that the majority of young people have access to social media and essentially will have in their pockets a camera, a phone, something to make film, record, express themselves, but maybe lack the either confidence or the contextual critical awareness to say that they can use that tool maybe to tackle things in their own lives in a much more fundamental and broad cultural way, because we're all facing a lot of challenges, but a lot of the things that we're talking about here maybe are more within the context of the art. Is it a help or a hindrance that they have access to these things, but maybe don't have the tools to use them, or, I don't know, help or hindrance?
Oh, God, such good questions. Really, need to keep us on our toes. I think it's, just to be really annoying, I think it's both a help and a hindrance. Coming through art practice myself, I'll always defend art. You know, there's a fundamental importance for young people, I believe, to engage with art as a process of making meaning, and learn the skills and tools that you might need in order to be able to express yourself through artistic means. You know, I think it's great to be able to feel confident using a pencil or using a camera, but they are tools. And I think it's really crucial that as well as being learnt those kind of practical skills, that young people are taught you through this, and this is because, again, I had a largely conceptual art school background. The purpose of this is to enable you to take the ideas in here out into the world. And the more skilled you are with a pencil or a camera, the more your ideas will flow more smoothly from here out into the world. And that is an incredible gift to be given. And I don't think it is just given, should be given to those young people who feel that they are good at it. This is going back to the Deweyan thing. I think, you know, most folk, as you say, will be carrying around a camera in their pocket, having the skills to think, what does it mean to be taking images? What does it, you know, how does it, you know, why are you taking that image, not that image? Just having that instilled, so you're asking that question, is an incredibly empowering thing, I think. But where I think it's a hindrance is that whole association of, well, only those who are good at art can do art. So therefore, it becomes this rarefied notion of, you know, those artists, they are the special ones. So none of the rest of us could do that or engage in that kind of thinking, because you have to be supremely gifted. You know, going back to that notion of the romantic artist who has this way of being that none of the rest of us have. That's where I think it really acts as a hindrance. I think with everything, there are some folks who are kind of find it easier than others, probably better than others. But framing it as this sort of esoteric elite activity, particularly in an education context, I think is very problematic.
I'm Anna-Marit. I'm a potter. I have been a potter for 50 years, and I'm a teacher in the culture school. And when I started as a potter, as 18 years old, it was against everything. It was the only thing I wanted. And people ask me, don't you think about your future? Can you live from this? And this was provoking me. Of course, I can live from it. I can eat cheap food. I can work hard. I can get clever. But always it was the question, why don't you work with the oil company, or why don't you do a proper work like something else in the industry? Why are you working as a potter? art have another value than money, I say. Money is not the only way to judge the art, and the creativity is more important than money.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Am I here? I thank you for sharing. I think that for me, art and the experience of art, like to make it and to share that experience with collaborators, that's for me, that's the center of like who I am in a way. It's like I don't know how to do anything else now. And we had a question here.
Hi, my name's Jenny. Actually trained at Goldsmiths with Dennis Atkinson, so that was a nice connection. There we go. But no, I was just curious to know what happened to Ruth Asawa's children. She had 6 of them. Like, what became of them? So yeah,
they're wonderful. So a bit of legacy I didn't mention of Ruth's is how much her children love her. I mean, they adore her. With Rebecca and I went over to San Francisco as part of our research into Stanford Uni archives, and then round to the house that Ruth and her family had grown up in, where she made her works. That's now owned by one of her sons, who's an artist, and his partner and their kids, and the other family members live nearby as well. So they all have creative work within their life. They went into different professions. It's beautiful when they do talks on her, because they knew her intimately, and say things like, she was just magic. So they were wonderful kind of along the journey in terms of helping us with things, or we're kind of interested in this idea, and they go, I think we've maybe got something on that. And so it was very much a kind of conversation with them. And as some of their anecdotes around her, how she would be, they had super incredibly intense, busy life, very community active, and the schools. And her daughters, Addie and Aiko, helped Rebecca and I a good deal, particularly at the beginning of the exhibition shaping. They would say she would kind of get up at 4 in the morning to do her own stuff, like drawings and other things. So her family and those relationships and what healthy and constructive relationships they still have together. Some came to the exhibition opening here, some to Oxford, is a testament in itself to trying to live a life that's about thriving and being in the world and being present and available. And Aiko, her eldest, who's now in her 70s, was explaining things such as when she was showing me how to do the great circle that Bucky had taught Ruth and Ruth had taught Aiko. She was saying, when you got stuck when you were a kid on something, she wouldn't just, and you go, what should I do, or I'm bored, or she would just say, just try it. And she would just gently encourage us, just try it, just try it. It's the idea of just being in the world to just try things and do things was something that she carried out through her life. And her family supported her as her artist assistant. Some of her public art projects they collaborated with her on. And yeah, it's in its own right a life well lived. In terms of Ruth Asawa's life, is really demonstrated through her children and their relationships there, and in fact her grandchildren, who've also been helpful on this project.
Okay, we have got time for no more questions. If you have any questions, save them for the end of the panel session, and we'll bring them up then. We have a 10-minute break, 15-minute break now. So, and there's outside there, there's tea and coffee and fruit. So please go and hydrate, and breathe. Okay, you guys, you're really noisy. Has everybody hydrated? Gone for a little walk, breathed, stretched, thought. I hope you've had food for thought and you've got nice questions for afterwards. This part, now we're moving away from our sort of field-specific introversy. And we're going to look at other fields. Our first speaker is Astrid Gulbrandsen, and our second will be Per Nonno. Astrid, she is... There it is. I'm looking at the wrong piece of paper, sorry. She's Associate Professor at the Knowledge Center of Education at the University of Stavanger, so she's a local knowledge person, which is really nice. And artists and teachers and students from the University of Stavanger, this is what she looks like. So if you need to talk to her and she's on campus and she's having a cup of coffee, go and talk to her, because she likes art, I think. And what Astrid's going to do now is very, very brave, because it's a work in progress for people in the art field. So this is a bit like allowing somebody to come into your studio when you're in progress and you're not quite sure the way the work is going to end. Okay, so Astrid, I think I'll just leave you to it.
Thank you very much
for
the introduction. I'm doing this. This talk has been made together with Professor Elaine Munthe, who's the center leader at Knowledge Center for Education. First, I just want to do a little context or background for this talk. So we were contacted by the museum if we could do a talk about this topic. Arts in school, the importance of art for the development of children. What does the research say? The idea was to summarize research on the importance of the art. What has been studied? How has it been studied? By whom? What scientific indications do we find in the literature? So, at the Knowledge Center for Education, we work primarily with doing systematic reviews on topics related to education, so all the way from kindergarten to higher education. So we have all kinds of projects that we're working on. So we didn't have a specific art-focused project at the moment, but we decided that we wanted, this is an interesting topic, we wanted to initiate a research project on this. We want to do a systematic review on this topic. So, but these things take time. So today I will present some of the things that we've seen so far and some other reviews that we have found in the literature search, presenting some findings on the topic. So, more a little bit of a context is, according to many studies and authors, is that arts tend to receive decreasing funding, public funding in many countries, especially in times of economic stress. So it seems maybe that the public is looking for more evidence of the benefits of the arts participation to students in their wider academic achievements in order to justify these fundings. And maybe the role of research could be to provide the necessary evidence for this. However, there is some challenges associated with measuring these things, the impact of art or aesthetic activity. Because, first of all, it has an intrinsic value in itself. So there could be some challenges when we are trying to look at the impacts in unrelated fields. And also studies can have problems with proving causality. So even if it's related, it doesn't mean it's caused by something. So in order to control for other factors, for example, causality can operate in an opposite direction. For example, if you're looking at higher performance students, and they're also participating in arts activity, but it might be because of their higher socioeconomic status. So correlation doesn't always imply causality. Yeah, and also in terms of the subjectivity in findings, that maybe you're measuring self-reported subjective experience, especially when it comes to outcome measures such as well-being, confidence, motivation, which is not always so easy to measure. So like a nice frame around this topic is the quote by Ruth Asawa that you see here. Art will make people better, more highly skilled in thinking, and improving whatever business one goes into, or whatever occupation. It makes the person broader. So this is kind of what we want to investigate. What can we find in terms of education? And the main topic is the children's development, but we are, as I will explain, focusing on the academic achievements. So here's just an agenda of what I will go through today. A little bit about what is a systematic review and the research project, the status, some findings from a few studies, and then some reflections in the end. So first I want to just give a brief explanation of what is a systematic review. So in short terms, it is a presentation of what do we know so far on this topic or field. So it can be defined as a review of existing research using explicit, accountable, rigorous research methods. So it's kind of secondary research. It's research on research. So you are using the research to do new research. But you also have to have a research question, as in other research projects. It can be, for example, does this intervention work or don't work? Or in medicine, it's very common to do this type of analysis to see, does a medication work or don't it work? So you assess available knowledge and you create new knowledge to point forward. Systematic reviews, in comparison to traditional narrative reviews, they're usually written by experts in the field. They're qualitative narrative summaries of evidence on a given topic. They are typically informal and subjective in the methods they use to collect and interpret the findings. So the key word to the systematic reviews is that they have to be systematic and open about the methods used. What we say is that we can use systematic reviews as a help for researchers, practitioners, professionals, and decision makers and policy makers to inform policy and to improve practice and to forward research. So, as an example, this kind of reviewing is something that we do when we go about our everyday life. For example, if you are going to buy a car, you will collect information based on what your preferences are. You will read maybe reviews, you will visit a car shop, collect evidence, and then you will maybe talk to some friends, and then you will evaluate the feedback, like, yeah, my friend said that, but then I know that he always likes those kind of cars, and those are not the things that I value the most, and then you do this reviewing in your head and before you come to the conclusion. So there are different kinds. I also wanted to say that reviewer has a high quality systematic review can have the potential to shape the future of research and practice. And it's also been said that it can be a tool for democracy because it can influence policy making and thereby affect the lives of many people. So there's not just one way to undertake a systematic reviews. So here I have listed some examples of different kinds of reviews. They're going from like having a broad view to having more specific questions. So maybe some of you have heard of meta-analysis. So that is like statistical reinterpretation of findings from quantitative studies to find out typically what works and what doesn't work. And something called a scoping review, which is what we are doing now. So which is a preliminary assessment of potential size and scope of available research literature to find the nature and extent of the research evidence. So why are we doing systematic reviews? Because we need to find out what is the evidence, to judge the evidence quality, and in order to help us to navigate in fields, because we see there is, in all kinds of research fields, there is an increasing amount of literature. So systematic reviewing is a way to help also non-scientists who cannot read the 100 research papers on the subject to navigate. So they can thereby play a big role in decision making. So here is just a presentation of the various steps, typical steps in a systematic review, where you have a problem, you formulate a question, and then you search the literature, and then you screen for all the hits that you get, which could be quite time-consuming. And you extract the data, called coding, from the included studies. And then you do the analysis and interpretation. And then sometimes you go back and you find out, for example, that, oh, we didn't get those kind of studies, so we have to change the search phrase to also include those studies. So we have now a systematic review in progress. It is a scoping review. We have also collaborators with at the Høgskolen in Landet, Per and Per Norman Andersen, who will talk after me, and also Ulrika, which is very nice. So we're doing the scoping review and based on this topic. So we want to find out what, like I said before, what is going on in this field, what are they looking at, how are they investigating it, who are the people, do we see any clear trends, findings, maybe some research gaps. So we wanted to do a pilot before this presentation, but to hopefully finish some results, but we have not been able to finish this pilot yet. So what I will talk about today is very preliminary findings. But in this pilot, we had some criteria of what we wanted to include. So looking at the last 10 years, looking at only scientific articles, only in English. Some of these limitations we will probably stick to in the main study, but this is also up for discussion still. So also we are, in order to narrow it down, because we saw that we got a lot of thousands of hits, so we want to focus it a bit more. So we focused on academic outcomes, hopefully something that is can be easily to measure, and also we saw there was a lot about therapy, using arts for different therapeutic reasons and with different diagnoses. So we also decided to exclude those to limit the amount of data to look at. It doesn't mean it's not interesting, because it is. So here I'm just showing you the search string, what it's called, to show you what kind of. So this is for the pilot. So it will probably be updated. So it's kind of like 3 categories. So it's how you make the search. So we have the different art forms. I don't know if I can point. No. To the left. And then we have the related to the school and the student. and then we have the outcome in the third column C. And then we also added these not, which means we are excluding those kind of studies for this pilot. So, yeah, we use 3 databases to search. There are many more, but it's also to limit the results. Due to time, we are only a few people working on this project. So, yeah. So in this context, I want to talk about something, the theory of transfer of skills. I don't know if you're familiar with it, near and far transfer. I think it's relevant to address it for this project. So the transfer of skills takes place when a skill learned in one particular area, generalized to a new area, or increased general cognitive skills. So there's a distinction between near transfer and far transfer. So while near transfer takes place between areas that are tightly related, for example, if you drive 2 different car models. But far transfer occurs when the relationships between the source and the target is weak. For example, if you're looking at the connection between transfer from music to mathematics, that would be a far transfer. Yeah, so thinking that music skill generalizes to other non-music related cognitive and academic abilities means that you are assuming the occurrence of far transfer. So according to Thorndike and Wordsworth, common element theory, transfer depends on the number of features that are shared between the 2 areas to engage, so they engage in common cognitive elements. So as a direct consequence of this theory, while near transfer should be frequent, far transfer is more rare. This is also supported by empirical data in psychology and education. So just a little background of some context behind this work. Here is a figure from a paper by Mindlarsevska, just showing an example of a schematic representation of near and far transfer skill that was found to benefit from musical instrument training in a study from 2014. So you see in the inner circle, so that's the rectangles. So they are factors that modulate the influence of musical training on cognitive development. And then you see like the near transfer skill, they define as listening skills, fine motor skills, and temporal processing and orientation of attention and time, while the far transfer skills, they are in the outer circles, like social skills, general IQ, verbal memory, etc. So it's just a schematic representation to show you a bit what it can look like. An example from a study. So, just checking the time. So far with the search that I showed we got about 3,500 hits. For the 3 databases, there were some duplicates, which we have a program that can remove them. And in regards to the types of material that we find, it's a lot of scientific articles, peer-reviewed, also some dissertations, thesis, PhD thesis, etc., and some reports, books, and quite some book reviews, actually. And the age is also from kindergarten to school to college and university. For this pilot, we decided to only look at school, so we exclude kindergarten and college. But maybe that's not such a good idea, but we will evaluate that later. And the types of arts that we find is everything from music to theater, drawing and dance, etc. Mostly music. Not so much visual arts. as it seems. So we are still in the screening phase of these results, this 3,500 results. So we can't say any definite, but yeah. And the outcome measures, they vary a lot. It's hard to say something conclusive. There's not that much on academic outcome measures. Seems to be maybe more on socio-emotional. And some other observations is that, like I said, even if we excluded some, there are still many studies on art interventions for children with specific diagnoses, such as ADD, learning disabilities, autism, cancer, quite a few on children with cochlear implants, etc. Just some examples. And also, I said, art as especially music, as a therapy. And also we see many studies on marginalized groups, targeting those specifically. And also we see many look at the effects of art integration on students' motivation, creativity, and similar. So now I will present some results from some of the interesting studies that we have come across in this pilot. So it's I wanted to present mainly reviews to get the most not just picking single studies, because it doesn't necessarily say that much on the whole picture. So I will present a few reviews. Some more details and some just the conclusions. So first, this is a study by Jindal Snape, a systematic review focusing on art, the impact of arts participation on children's achievement. So the research question is, as it says here, what is the impact on the academic achievement of school-age children? So they are looking at active, also always when you do a systematic reviews, you have to make statements. This is how you have to define the different terms. So they are including only active performance, for example, singing, dancing, drawing, and writing. So not just looking at a show or, yeah. And the impact, they define as having contributed to some change in aspect of students' cognitive or emotional processes. Yeah, so they're doing this, they call it a narrative empirical synthesis. So it means that it's collecting the data and synthesizing the findings, but relying mainly on the use of words and text to summarize and explain, so not statistics. Yeah, so they did, which is quite normal to do, a quality and relevance evaluation, where they are looking at the weight of the evidence. So like the overall weight of the evidence based on their assessment of the quality. So they have many criteria that they use for this weight of evidence. So they scale it from a 1 to 4, limited weight of evidence, to excellent weight of evidence. So it means if it's a 4, excellent weight of evidence, it is derived from highly trustworthy results of a study with appropriate focus and appropriate design. So just showing you just showing you the search string. It's not so important, but they found that there were they only included excellent, very good weight of evidence, and most of them were from the US, and there was a number of studies claiming strong evidence of positive impact on their students' academic achievements, such as literacy, numeracy, academically related benefits, such as attitudes towards school. Some studies reported limited evidence of impact. Some reported increase, but not making any causal claims. And also some found no evidence. And many designs did not meet the criteria for rigor due to mix of art forms, maybe, so it's difficult to distinguish which one is the one creating the impact. And most indicate a positive relationship between them rather than a clear causal effect. And also the last point is related to that they two of the most rigorous studied found positive associations were for preschool children. And while another one who used secondary school children did not find any impact on achievement. So maybe it can be, they hypothesize, maybe it can be more powerful for younger children. And conclusion, there are mixed findings. So in terms of justifications for supporting this, they say that it's some evidence for supporting the high quality longitudinal arts programs because they have potential to enhance academic achievement. But it seems to be important that they are provided for extended periods of times. Yeah, so I guess I just have to forward. I want to also mention another systematic review who want to see the effect of school-based arts education on a broader range of transferable skills and competency outcomes related to the categories DCCO, which is so it's a framework for categorizing outcomes. They looked at music, drama, dance, and visual arts effects on their non-art outcomes. Most of them evaluated music programs, and the evidence for drama, dance, and visual arts is more sparse. So they found some results for using the term using tools indirectly, mostly music here, looking at arithmetic skills, large to small effect size, processing speed, where they found a medium to trivial small effect for music, and working memory, they found some effects. For verbal and linguistic intelligence category, they found a medium effect for drama, but it was not significant. And also for drama, they found no effect for mathematical logical category or visual spatial subskills category. Yeah, so I think I'm running out of time here, so I will just go to this one study who looked at the outcomes of visual art programs on self-efficacy, where they found significant gains for self-efficacy, and they also found a large effect for worldviews and self-reported creativity for outcomes of visual art programs. Yeah, so in conclusion, most of them looked at music programs, and there were mixed findings, and there's not enough to say anything definitely. And mixed findings, they contrast to previous findings, finding that music education increases intelligence. And there are some methodological limitations. I also have some other studies looking at music, because that's what mostly have been found for the reviews, looking at music. And there is quite mixed findings. This one finds a shorter-term effect for music, but it doesn't seem to be long-lasting. Another one, who find a meta-analysis, small overall effect size. and how interesting, the design quality of the study is negatively related to the size of the effects. So, meaning the better the design of the study, the less effect. And another one looking also, so this is the same one. This is how they present the results. I will not go into the detail, but in the middle is no effect. So all the studies to this side of the 0 is showing some effect. But overall, they don't find big effects. Yeah, so the diamond here is the mean of all. Another one, meta-analysis from 2020, looking at a lot of studies, finding no effect on music training. Another one finding a small to medium effect for music training. I will just skip through this report, sorry, and go to the, I think I have to finish, so yeah. Some summary and some reflections. Music studies seem to be dominating. There's not much I find so far on sculpture, painting, drawing. Might be due to the search. But we are making some reflections here on the type of research, because what is published reflects the research that is funded. So what kind of research is being financed? Is there some sort of hierarchy in the art subject? Some has more academic label versus the craftsman label. Just some thoughts, not making any conclusions. But we also wondering why the studies find so different results. Depends on the studies included in the review, what kind of criteria are they using. There can be some selection bias in the selection of the studies. And also could due to the quality of the intervention. Who is, for example, is it the people performing the art intervention, are those the ones who made it? Or are they the people who are actually implementing it able to convey the true meaning behind the thought of the intervention? Yeah, and also some time aspects of the music studies that I wanted to show some time aspect of the music meta-analysis here, but it seems I didn't have time. But it seems that the newer studies are finding less effects of music, maybe. But again, this is preliminary results and some presenting results from other reviews mainly. So I'm excited to get on with this project to find out more about this, and also very interested in any input on like what kind of data would you be interested in from this data? So for the coding of the papers. Yeah, so thank you for the attention. And also Elaine Munter, she's the collaborator here with me and the people from Høgskolen Innlandet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Astrid. I'm not really sure whether I want you to finish your project now. With like, we got no effect. Well, I'm only joking. Don't worry. You can say whatever you want, because we're the advocates for it. So you're going to get feedback from that anyway. Our next speaker is Per Norman Andersen. And he's a professor of special needs education at the Department of Psychology in the University of Inland. He does research on the importance on the brain's executive functions for learning, emotional functioning, and the quality of life. And he's involved in the project Art of Learning, Kunsten å lære på norsk, which deals with how art and cultural activities as an integrated part of school curriculum and how it can promote children's executive functions. Which, yes, I'm really interested in hearing this.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for inviting me, and ultimately inviting me out of my comfort zone. As this is not the kind of assemblies that I'm used to talk to. However, I will try to do as good as I can. And one interesting thing here is that art of learning, that's not a Norwegian invention. It actually comes from England, and I suppose that you know it, probably. And art of learning, in Norwegian, it's kunsten å lære. Or we say kål, and this is done in Gudbrandsdalen in Lillehammer, where kål or cabbage is the main, what they call main traditional course. Okay, so what I will try to do, I will do a presentation of myself, but fortunately Helen already did that. I will talk some in depth about the executive functions, because it is the executive functions that are the foundations for the art of learning, how to improve the executive functions. And before we go into art of learning, I have to give you some sort of outline of what the executive functions are. I will talk of the link between executive functions and creativity, because that link is quite crucial when we're going into art and art of learning. And I will present the program for you. And I will also present some preliminary results from the pilot study we did a couple of years ago, and from the ongoing research. So, who am I? As Helen said, I'm a professor of special needs education at the Department of Psychology in Lund University. My background is as a kindergarten teacher and educational therapist. I worked in child and adolescent psychiatry clinics for over 20 years, with a main focus on autism and ADHD and social and emotional development in these groups. And that also led me into the research into the executive functioning, because what we see is that executive functions are hampered in almost all clinical groups in psychiatry. And that's how I came into executive functioning. And eventually, some art people from England found me in Norway. That's very strange, but that's how it is, and that's why I'm here today. So, executive functions, what are they and what do they do? The executive functions, they are overarching cognitive processes that are governing and regulating our behavior, our feelings, and our thoughts. Situated in the prefrontal cortex, or the red part of the brain, as you can see here. Executive functions, there are different conceptualizations of what executive functions are, and I'm choosing just one. And I'm choosing the one that is called the unity diversity perspective on executive functioning, which says that executive function consists of the sub-functions of working memory, inhibition, and cognitive flexibility. Working memory is defined as an active maintenance and manipulation of information within a limited time span. Working memory abilities are required for mental maths, reordering items, and it is also required when going into a conversation or a discussion with any other person. Because when you're in a discussion with a colleague, you have to have your own arguments inside your head. You have to remember them. At the same time, you have to listen to the person you are talking to. And when you're going to come up with your arguments, you have to adjust your own arguments into what the other person just said. So that's the maintenance and active manipulation of information over time. And we use it every day. It's crucial for us. Astrid talked about buying a car. We can use the same picture, driving in traffic, for example. We use our working memory. We scan the situation. We bring up information from our long-term memory. We actively adjust the long-term memory information to the current situation that the car is in. So, and working memory is critical for making sense of anything that unfolds over time through the ability to relate earlier events to those that comes later. Inhibition can be explained as the ability to control attention, behavior, thoughts, and emotion in order to override internal and external disturbances. I believe that most of you have had the experience of sitting in your office or being in your school or wherever you work, and then suddenly at 5 p.m. it's very quiet. And it's the air conditioner system and or the ventilation systems that turns off. And that's inhibition working all through the day. And when the sound is off, then you suddenly feels that something's wrong here. What was it? It's the ventilation system. And that's your inhibitory systems working. The inhibition also override internal emotions or external emotions. In order to regulate our own emotions, we need inhibition, inhibitory control. The inhibition in our inhibitory control, you can say, guards over the line from thinking something and doing something. We need a little pause to critically evaluate what we are going to say or what we are going to do in situations. Cognitive flexibility refers to the ability to adapt to changing situations, requiring different thoughts and different behaviors. It's commonly thought as the creative part of executive functioning, but we'll come back to that. But it requires also the ability to change between different perspectives and to have different goals. When trying to achieve something, you may change your perspectives on the way to the goals. You have to find other ways to get to the goal that you're aiming at. And it also helps us to seek novel solutions to familiar situations, which are also quite important. Cognitive flexibility builds upon both inhibition and working memory. While it's called the unity diversity network of executive function, it's because these sub-functions, they are divided, they are also highly related to each other. So that's short about executive functions. And I guess it's quite clear for all of you. So what are the link between executive functions and creativity? Creative thinking is highly associated to the prefrontal cortex, the red part of the brain that we just had in the previous slide, and to the prefrontal cortex-based executive functions, which can again explain the associations among creative thinking, intelligence, and academic achievement. A creative idea is both original and appropriate in a given context that requires both divergent and convergent thinking. So, divergent thinking is about inhibition, or rather, it's about inhibition. It's about generating ideas, being able to be original or flexible, which are thought of as cognitive factors that are highly relevant for creativity. Convergent thinking, on the other hand, is often thought of as fundamentally uncreative. But that's not true, is it? I think that everyone that has been part of a creative process knows that the importance of being able to sum up ideas, seek out common features of these ideas, and converge these ideas into an end product is very important. So both divergent and convergent thinkings are an essential part of the creative process. And these are cognitive processes situated in the prefrontal cortex together with executive functioning. So, being disinhibited and unfocused is associated with greater levels of creativity. That is the increased potential for being creative. However, when it comes to creative achievement, one has to be inhibited to be able to sort out, inhibited, not just disinhibited. One has to be inhibited as well in order to sort out relevant ideas from the irrelevant ideas, and focus on those that helps you to achieve whatever you are up to. So, however, when it empirical findings, again, Astrid's empirical findings were somewhat mixed, and so are mine. Empirical findings regarding the involvement of the different executive functions and whether these executive functions promote or hinder creative thinking are mixed. This may be due to, among other factors, differences in specific tests applied. That's because a lot of the psychological or neuropsychological tests that we use to measure both cognitive function and executive functions, they are not ecologically very valid. So they measure, they measure your potential, but not how you actually are able to function in an everyday setting. I'll come back to that. So the tests applied and different outcome measures, as Astrid was into, also seems to have some impact on the results. It seems reasonable to assume that creativity is associated with working memory, as maintaining and manipulating information increases the chance of new combinations and new ideas. However, the relationships between these two concepts are inconsistent, and as I say here, the jury is still out, and probably will be for some years, I think, on this topic. But there are some evidence for drama activities and creative dance, for example, and I will come back to some of the characteristics of these things that might help later. So, cognitive flexibility and creativity, what's the relation? Well, cognitive flexibility is often regarded as the key element in creativity and in divergent thinking. And one reason for, again, few empirical findings may be that creativity is encompassed in cognitive flexibility and underestimating the need for finding an independent relationship between the two. Cognitive flexibility may depend on this inhibition or being able to be defocused when exploring different ideas, and being focused, or what I call inhibited, when exploring one idea. And again, some few evidence, and here for creative drama. So, what are the links between creativity and executive function when we try to sum it up? Well, when doing that, I was looking into Spencer and colleagues. Maybe you know Spencer and colleagues and their article. They were talking about the creative habits of mind. Creativity has been defined, it has been debated and deconstructed and reassembled over several decades. Hopefully there is a growing international consensus, but I'm not sure. Maybe some of you are more familiar with that. But I believe that it was Spencer and colleagues that first came up with the term creative habits of mind. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. To define some of the cognitive characteristics of creativity. And I do find them helpful when establishing a link between executive function and creativity. So Spencer and colleagues, they define 5 main habits or main cognitive habits of mind, and a total of 15 sub-habits, which are here, which you see on the right side, all the sub-habits. I won't go into them point by point, but what I've done here, or rather what Paul Collard at CCE has done here, is he's trying to link these 15 sub-habits of mind into what we think of as the executive functioning. So on the left hand of the slide, you see what we usually think of as the main aspects of the different executive functioning. and especially when we're thinking about them in a creative manner. And on the right-hand side of the mind, you see the creative habits in mind and how these 15 sub-habits of mind fits into inhibitory control, working memory, and cognitive flexibility. So this is one way of doing it. As these functions are highly interrelated, there could be other ways of arranging or rearranging the sub-constructs here. Okay, so that's executive functions. Very quick, and creative habits of mind and creativity. So, over to art of learning. We have established, or I've tried to establish, a theoretical link between executive functioning and creativity. So, in order to see if this theoretical link applies to the real world, the program Art of Learning, developed by CCE of Culture, Creativity and Education in England, together with the Center of Inclusive Technology at the University of Santiago in Chile. They made this program together called the Art of Learning program. The Art of Learning program hypothesizes that an arts-rich, creative learning program delivered intensively in schools over a period of time can have a positive impact on children's development of executive functions. Art of Learning is a practice-based program where artists work in partnerships with their teachers to support planning and implementation of lessons. Art of Learning comprises pre-designed creative learning practices from 6 different art forms: music, theater, drama, literature, poetry, visual arts, photography, and digital arts. Each activity is specially designed in order to address either one or more of the executive functions: inhibition, working memory, and mental flexibility. Here's a picture of the project manager and the current principal investigator. This program is done in Lillehammer, and it's an international cooperation with CCE in England, with CEDETI in Chile, with schools in Hungary, and it is funded through the Erasmus project in EU. The project consists of specially designed teaching programs where teachers and artists work together to give the students art and school subjects combined as a part of the ordinary schooling. And this is important, I think. It's a part of the ordinary schooling. My experience, and this is not an empirical evidence, but my experience is that arts in school is often something that we do when we are bored of doing what we ought to do. But this is not the case here. And it's a part of the ordinary schooling, and it goes over 2 years, 2 school years. Art of Learning is accompanied by an independent research project, which is led by Ulrika Håkansson, that looks at the effect the scheme has on children's executive functions. And the project is based on the pilot where I had the research, where I was the principal investigator of the research part that was carried out in 2018 and 2019. And the aim of the research is to gain a better understanding of how participation in a school program that combines art and school subjects or school curricula, and which involves all pupils, not a few one, or just not the underserved one or anyone that has a special need, but all pupils, how this can strengthen the development of executive functioning, learning and mastery in children between ages 6 and 8. And the hypothesis, it's always important to have a hypothesis in research. And the hypothesis is that children that has participated in the Art of Learning program will strengthen their executive functioning beyond what is expected by maturation alone. Because executive function will increase in all children in that age, due to maturation. But we expect the executive functions of these children to increase more than they do in the control schools that we have. And we also expect that the children that are experiencing executive dysfunctions, having problems with executive functioning or executive behavior, that these children will improve more than other children. So in order to assess executive functions, both teachers, parents, and pupils will use different measures. Parents and teachers will use what we hopefully think of as an ecologically valid measure of executive functioning, called the Behavior Rating Inventory of Executive Functioning. It's an assessment of everyday executive functioning. And the pupils will be tested directly through the yellow-red. That's a gamification app that seeks out to measure executive functions in children. And in addition, we will do interviews with both pupils, teachers, artists, and teachers as well. Auto learning aims to develop the innovative, interdisciplinary, and creative forms of learning in schools. The teachers who take part in the auto learning will hopefully be able to expand their didactic competencies by learning and trying out a number of new practical methods in the classroom, together with a class and an artist. The auto learning will hopefully provide a solid boost in the access to art resources for schools. A lot of work has been put into the development of well-functioning practical teaching plans that can also be used after the project has ended. 15 schools participate over this 2-year period. 9 at the schools in Norway and Hungary will work with auto learning, and 6 schools will take part as control schools. And they will take part, or they will receive the art of learning material after the intervention period is over. The teaching structure in the project is as follows. Each student or each class gets 144 sessions, each of 90 minutes. That's 2 school hours. The sessions are spread over 48 weeks. That is 2 school years. And they are into 2-week-long teams. And the curriculum is designed for 1st to 3rd grades. Each session is based on the syllabus objectives from various subjects, as well as interdisciplinary themes and deep learning. It is based on artistic methodology. It's also based on the active and of the pupils being active and creative, both physically, emotionally, socially, and intellectually at the same time. Warm-up and reflection exercises are repeated with advancement, and I think especially the reflection exercises are very important for executive functioning. And there are, in fact, executive functioning interventions that are mainly about reflexive thinking. Teachers and artists work together in the classroom 2 days a week, and that has been challenging for some artists, I can tell you. Teachers who are also expected to carry out 1 additional session a week on their own. So, what has this led to? Well, so far not much. We have results from a pilot that we did a couple of years ago. They are promising. This is a little art piece by me. What this tells us is that if you see here, this is a figure of how the executive function as measured by the brief screening form for executive functions that the teachers filled out. The blue line here is the intervention group, and the orange line is the control groups. The lower the results, the better the executive functioning. Time 1 here is when auto learning started up. all children were assessed. Time 2 is 6 or 12 weeks later, when the pilot intervention ended. It ended after 12 weeks. And you see the intervention and the control group are closing in on each other very much. On time 3, which is 6 months after intervention end, it's been 2 months of summer vacation in between. What we see is that the intervention group have improved their executive function, and this is a significant finding, indicating a greater improvement in results in favor of the interventions group. These findings are also corroborated by reports from the teachers involved in the interventions and their reflections upon the effects it had on the participants when it comes to social competence, verbal abilities, and self-assurance. And one potential explanation for this possible wide transfer effect, you were talking about near and far transfer effect, and we possibly have a far transfer effect here. But one possible explanation is that school curricular programs such as Art of Learning, where the emphasis on executive training in all activities across different situations, may be in contrast to more specialized executive functioning programs, showing less generalized effects and more near transfer effects. As there was an improved effect after 6 months, there is also a possibility, which I think is rather strong, that the teachers involved in the intervention gradually altered their pedagogical practices to be more in accordance with the Art of Learning. So the prolonged effect may be directly related to the interventions. And such learning gains for teachers have also been reported from previous evaluations of other creative arts and culture-rich school curricula. The main finding here, which we do not see in this figure, and the main driver of the results here, is on the behavioral parts, or the children's ability to inhibit their own behavior in the learning situation. So that was promising results from the pilots. So where are we today? Well, here's another one of my artworks. Halfway through the interventions, or rather not halfway, this time one is nearly halfway through the intervention. We see no effect on the yellow-red, which is the executive function app-based test. Brief results are still missing. We are still getting those in. We were trying to see, are there any sex differences? Do we find anything for those that are less mature, those that suffer from executive dysfunctions from the start? But you do not find any such effects. We only find effects of maturation, which is what you see here, the project and the control group here. The project is the blue line. All children will be reassessed 2 more times at the end of the interventions and 6 months after the interventions. But after 6 months, we don't see any effects. So, what do we know about aiding executive function maturation? Well, we know that training in theater, which involves moving in space and using one's whole body, seems to probably produce more executive functioning benefits than training at, for example, visual arts. Digital photography or quilting, or something that could be considered as more sedentary. So, as Astrid said, we don't know much about what the best methods are for improving cognitive functions through arts, and we sure don't do for executive functions either. Moreau and Conway, they hypothesized that programs, whether they are cognitive training, physical activities that are characterized by complexity, novelty, and diversity or variety, will be the most successful when coming to improving executive functions. And I think that's a hypothesis that deserves experimental testing. Adele Diamond, which is probably the most notable executive function intervention researcher in the world. She's done a lot of this. And she said that 5 principles are common for success regardless of intervention. And it seems like those most behind seem to benefit the most. Far transfer effects to other areas of life from, for example, computerized working memory tasks or reasoning training seems to be narrow, whereas results are better for task switching or school curricula that encompasses the whole child. Demanding tasks seem to have the best effect. And demands needs to be increased or else activity gets boring, and it's by pushing limits that one improves. And it's important, repetition is important. Everyone that's a teacher knows that. So I think I'll stop with Adele Diamond. If you want to optimize executive functions and academic outcomes, simple, just nourish the human spirits. Thank you.
Thank you, Per Neumann. That was mind-blowing. There was a lot of information. And I think there's probably a lot of questions out there. But like, one thing, it's a comment and a reflection. And it's like the role of research, scientific research in the arts. It would be really interesting if we could switch that around as artists and see what mathematics is doing to me. Mm-hmm. Like, what's that actually doing to me? Yeah. You know, because every time I open an Excel sheet, I'm like, where does that come from, you know? Mm. So that's just a comment. Yeah, it's just a comment. But there's like this split, isn't there? Mm. Like scientists don't understand what artists are doing, and artists don't understand what scientists are doing. And it's perhaps the idea of the difference that's the worst.
Yes, but I think they are both creative processes.
Yeah, which is the interesting thing, because we're both working in different fields with this idea of finding the gap or seeing something that we know is that. I mean, I talked to a lot of scientists. My husband's a chemical engineer, and he's saying, well, actually, Helen, it looked like it was something to do with the bubbles in it. And I'm like, okay, that's an artist statement. Yeah. It's like, but it could have been that. You know? Mm-hmm. So, do we have questions? Yeah?
I've been teaching a lot of Asperger children, and they have in period of their lives, they were starting when they were 8 years old, and now they are 24, still coming once a week in the culture school. And some part of the life, the only place they find out they have a quiet place is when they are in the art school. So if they didn't have the art school, they would have been very, very bad off, they say, tell me. So in the case of when you are a bit out of the A4, the art school is a very beautiful place to be.
Yeah, I just have a comment because there was a report at the end of my presentation that I didn't get time to get into, which is about, it's not a research paper, but it's a report that looks from the US, looking at how engaged the child has been in arts, various kinds of arts, and their socio-economical status. And looking at the one at the extreme of all, so the low socioeconomic status children, and grouping them, whether they were deeply involved in arts or not, or very limited involved in arts. And they actually found that it seemed to have a protecting factor like deep. Even so, if you're from a low socioeconomic status family, if you are deeply involved in arts, then they were measuring all kinds of like whether you finished a calculus course, whether you went to college, high school, whether you all kinds of what kind of job you had in life. So they were looking at many different parameters, like to measure how well you were doing. And it seemed like those children from low socioeconomic status seem to benefit a lot from the deep involvement in arts.
And it's also very interesting when you're referring to Asperger's syndrome or autism, because children or people with autism or Asperger's syndrome, they seem to have a own way of being in the world, also cognitively, and also with a lot of attention to detail, on the cost of attention to seeing the whole often. But this attention to detail, I think, is something that always surprises me, because when it comes to art, I think for me very often it's the ability to choose those details and enlarge them for me, which for me are often are most interesting. So a lot of them are quite creative.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm Benedicta. I'm here with Munch, and I have quite a few questions actually, but I was also thinking about the fact with that the first presentation, that disabilities was one of the factors that you took away just to be able to limit the amount of studies, and it was just striking for me, because some of the most maybe exciting projects we are doing is exactly with disability as a starting point, and that might also have a lot of reference or meaning in a wider context. For instance, we've been working with Landing, which is a dancing group that has been working a lot with autism children at the start, and how they developed programs for children are very much informed by that. So that was just a thought. But I was also thinking, if it is so that you don't find any link between art and these academic fields, might it be because art it looks for me with this the problem that is set up here is that art is valued as a method, yeah. So it's not valued as content on its own. So it's whether it's good enough for learning languages, for instance. And Lisbeth Skredsli has just put out a book in connection with Biesta, talking about creativity and how arts are always thought of in this way of enhancing other fields. So I was just wondering your thoughts about that, and I was also wondering the question to the second presentation. How are we to think about the link between creativity and art? Because when you were describing the creativity, I'm not sure if that is that it describes an artistic way of working, or might it be a broader concept, or is art within just the field of it? Is all art considered to be creative? I'm just curious about that. And last question is whether the question could be turned all the way around. Can we look at whether creativity enhances the output in arts, instead of always asking if arts is increasing the outputs of, for instance, academic or language learning?
Yeah, so I can answer your first comment about the exclusion of these different diagnoses and things. It's more like if we I know there's a lot of studies on it, but if we were thinking that we want to say something general about the population, so if we have too much studies looking at specific diagnosis, it might be difficult to say something in general. And then your second question was related to the why it always has to be kind of the justification of the arts due to its effect on achievements, and that is also something I think I touched a little bit upon, that it has its intrinsic value, but in terms of funding, etc., and when the case is that arts is getting decreased funding, so if we can find other ways to advocate for the integration of arts in school, that might be good, but it's also a slippery slope, because if you kind of use that as an argument, and then suddenly if we find out that it doesn't work as we thought, or doesn't work anymore, or that doesn't work, okay, out. So it's an interesting question to address.
Yeah, all your questions put a heavy strain on my working memory. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I remember all, but the first one, I think you were referring to what you call art for art's sake. Well, I don't believe in art for art's sake. I believe that art has a purpose in our lives and in our communities. And I also, in an evolutionary perspective, I also think that art has a role to play, and it's important for us in some ways or another. Here we are in one kind of elite art institution, but I think most people in Norway today consume art in some way or another, and it means something for them, no matter what you're listening to or watching or whatever. And that was about all that my working memory had the capacity for. Yeah, yeah. Yes, creativity. Yes. Well, that's maybe a question that you should ask to perhaps Emily or Emma, because I'm not quite sure. I'm not able to answer for artists, and I will not be the one to say that all art is creative or not. I don't believe that. But I believe that what is considered as art, like Ruth Asawa's here, for example, is creative. In order to success as an artist, I think you have to be creative. In order to success in most every part of life, you have to be creative. So you're right in the sense that creativity is not something that is for artists alone. But I think it's a prerequisite for being a good artist, to be able to be creative. And also for a good researcher, a good scientist, for my sake, for instance. I don't know if that answered your questions or not.
I have a comment about, you talk about creative, you have to be creative to be successful in any field. And I think in the arts in particular, what we're talking about here is like, how do you then define success? Is the success in the museum, or is it I would define success is what Ruth Asawa was talking about, this persistence to keep on going.
Yes, but as Emma was talking about, the importance of being ambitious, as you also referred to as one of the key elements from John Hattie's research. Being ambitious is an important, and in being ambitious, you also have to be creative in order to achieve the goal, whatever you have set. And I think that involves, of course, the executive functioning, because the goals that you set you are maybe years ahead. So you have to divide up into all these small sub goals on the way, and you have to be able to act appropriately in order to achieve those goals, which means a lot of self-regulation or self-regulatory mechanisms that are also involved in executive functioning.
Do you have any more questions?
Just a really quick comment to say how inspiring this particular part was. It seems like there is this issue of polarization or a quantum element. You can't observe the thing happening if you're doing the thing, but someone else can observe you doing the thing and draw a conclusion. And as an artist, I can't know what I'm doing, but someone else might know what I'm doing. But what this has led to is that via my work as a support worker for people with autism who are also creative, has meant that I've been able to observe the creative cycles sort of objectively. And because I'm an artist, I can also start to map out what I think is actually happening during the creative act of somebody else. So my hypothesis is, which is a project I'm working on, when you're studying someone with increased executive functions, whilst working, you may actually be able to better examine, appreciate, and quantify the benefits of people being involved in creative acts whilst they are involved in them, as opposed to trying to map it afterwards. It has a lot to do with that rewarding quality, but the understanding of what's happening whilst that rewarding quality is happening, and that is something we all do in all our daily lives, not just art or creatively, but all the small rituals we do. And I think there's a crucial little key in there that might unlock a lot of these things. So thank you for being very inspiring, and I love the focus on detail from the studies and systematic stuff. That'll do.
Thanks. We got Kari at the back here. No, the Mari, you had something to say? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Åshild Vidje. I'm working at Vågen videregående skole, which is a school that combines science and art. And our department is for art and visual art and crafts and design, architecture. So we are like 10 to 15 teachers from that school here today. And this day feels like a big, big gift for us. So thank you. It's so inspiring. It's so nice to be here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
And the question, the long, good question would challenge your working memory. Also asked one of my questions, like, what about art for to measure how you do in art? Because we teach art, and we need students that can do art. And if the primary school only is for reading and maths, why is that good enough? And also now the last year, and we are more and more aware of that primary school is maybe too theoretical for the kids, and that do something about motivation. And we see also that our students have not so good skills using their hands, being tactile, knowing materials, sensing things with their hands. So my question is, when you're measuring and you're doing researches, and it's so good that you do it, have you also measured about, I ask you, I don't remember your name, I'm sorry, Per, about motivation. What does it do for the kids to work together with artists? Does it do something about motivation?
Yes, we had some questions about that in the qualitative interviews that we had, and what both the children, but especially that the teachers tells us in the qualitative interviews about the motivation for the pupils is that the pupils seems to be more motivated. They seems to cooperate better together. Bullying has diminished very much in these classes that had art of learning. So there was a lot of these things, and so yes, motivation. But if they are good in art, if they're improving their art skills, well, I'm not very interested in measuring that. so that's not for me to see.
But something we are aware of is also future skills, combining arts and science. What do we need for the future in our society? What kind of people? So that's where art can be very interesting to look at us for itself, because we need people who can make solutions, develop new ways of living, surviving, using our sustainability, all the things. So creativity is important, not only for art but also for all the other things. So science and art is really important together.
Yes,
yes,
I agree.
Hi, I am Mari Rege. I'm professor of economics at the UIS Business School. I'm actually going to talk later, but I'm stealing a little bit time here now to thank you for two nice presentations. And my main question was actually you stole it. It's like, why are you? So executive function is important to measure, but I was going to ask, what else do you measure? And I think what you said, that this has an effect on bullying. Well, that means that the kids are learning to be nicer to each other. That's huge, right? And I wished, like next time when we see a randomized control trial of the arts of learning, it should be a more comprehensive set of measures that is also measuring the social skills, the capacity to empathy, and all the other things that are so important for human beings to interact.
I would like that too, but sadly it's not possible.
No,
it's too much.
Right.
Yeah.
And then also another thought, just that I want to say, as one who's doing randomized control trials myself, not yet on an intervention, an arts intervention, but it's super hard to do these trials in the school, because it's actually, you're changing a practice, right? So first time when you go in, and you mentioned it yourself too, some artists thought it was really hard to work together with these teachers, right? But maybe next time around, they are being able to do this even better, right? So we also have to be aware of the limitations of randomized control trial, that is measuring the effect of something, especially if they haven't measured the quality of the implementation. Yeah? And then we cannot be too conclusive yet, but clearly a lot of more research is needed. Thanks.
Yeah, that is the boring answer to all conclusions. Like, yeah, more research is needed, but yeah, it's inconclusive.
You know, but it's like you say, we would like to have a lot of measures, but in research we have to limit ourselves, as you know. So we're limiting ourselves to these relatively few cognitive measures.
And then it's important to emphasize.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. 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 Yeah.
One thing that I notice all the time are actually these things like empathy and critical thinking, and as an artist, and sometimes I think like they've been reading research, these teachers, you know, because it comes up again and again and again, you know. So I think you have a point. So we need some serious teachers, research around these themes. Like, how does that actually work?
Yes, my name is Kari Oldhus, and I'm into music education. I would thank you for your presentations, very interesting, and also to me kind of provoking, I think. I would, some of the questions are asked before, but I would like to ask, why did you want to investigate into transfer skills? That wouldn't have been my idea at all. I think that's sort of kind of last year. the world has improved or gone further than discussing arts transfer skills to me. And why this interest on effect on executive functions when you could have investigated social and emotional skills in relation to arts in education? And why are you using the word learning all the time instead of thinking of what you are doing in our schools as education? Thank you.
Yeah, so the first question, I guess it was directed to me. So why we are using this scenario of our transfer skills? It's well, the framework for this project was the theme, like what is art's importance for the development of children. So you have to make some. We had to make some definitions on that, and then in terms of what I was talking about with the financing and everything, it could be relevant to look at how arts education is affecting not only the arts performance, or the skills in the arts, but if there's transfer to other areas. So I'm not familiar that this is last year, but I don't know if you have a comment on that.
Yes, no, but I also believe that, well, I agree with you in the sense that art is helpful for many things, and it gives a pleasure in itself. But I think that maybe is not enough when you're competing for restricted funding. You maybe have to also demonstrate some far transfer effects of why art is important. And I think that, and I also think that it should be enough, but sadly it's not enough to just say that, well, we all know that art is what could we call it? All our own experiences tells us that art is important. But is it? There's a lot of people, not here today probably, that don't think art is very much important at all. And I think that a lot of art is rubbish. Why do we pay for this? Why are the children doing this in school, all these things? And I think we have to take those comments seriously. And one of the ways of taking those comments seriously, I think, is searching and looking for the evidence and trying to build better and better studies. And when it comes to why executive functioning, well, why not? Social and emotional well-being is, of course, also related to cognitive functioning. And the outset here for this was the linking between the concepts of creativity and executive functioning, and that was the outset for this. And also the idea that the executive, or the theory that the executive functioning are crucial for who we are as persons, as the executive functions seem to, or theoretically at last, seemed to help us regulate our own emotions, our own cognitions, and our own behavior. And doing art is also behavior, and its emotions, and its cognitions. But it's also important, as you and others has pointed out, to also look into social and emotional, both development and well-being, or at least also into quality of life. Subjectively measured quality of life, I think, is also very important. And I think maybe quality of life is, and the link between quality of life and art is probably another way into getting some empirical evidence on the importance of art in our societies. As quality of life is also linked to a lot of other functional outcomes.
think we can end with the quality of life and go in for the quality of lunch. So, thank you very much. And thank you very much for answering these very difficult questions. Okay, I have total control over who's here and who's not here. So, did you have a nice lunch? Yeah? Everybody's had a cup of coffee? Gone for a walk? No, I haven't gone for a walk. Somebody, put your hands up if you've had a smoke. Okay, there's still smokers. I was really interested in it. Have we stopped doing that? Thank you for coming back. And thank you for all the speakers and the really interesting conversation that was started in the room here. And we hope it's going to keep on going. Because that's the important thing about today. Is we're starting something. We don't know. It's not going to end here. And we hope it's going to get this synergy effect that Ruth Asawa talks about. I'd like to introduce Marie Reke now. And she's professor of economics, no less, at the University of Stavanger. And she does research on children's and young people's development and motivation to learn. And this social-emotional skills, I think, is really, really interesting from the wider perspective of what arts do. When I realize social-emotional skills are what I've learned from art making with other people. Mari's done loads of stuff, so she can tell you a bit more about herself if she wants to, but I'm going to give her a lot of time.
Thank you. Do I need to turn this? Is this on now? Yes? Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to this very important and interesting event. And thank you to Stavanger Kunstmuseum for bringing Asawa to Stavanger, to our region. I feel proud to be living in a place with such a great art museum. I'm going to talk about social and emotional skills and why they are becoming more and more important, and also what the role of art education is. And I do think the first session here gave so many beautiful examples of why art education can be so important for children and youths and even adults. Social and emotional development. You didn't expect that one. So the labor market is constantly changing because of robots, because of digitalization. And jobs are disappearing, and new jobs are coming, and also the jobs that persist are constantly changing. You can almost think that, especially all routines, there can be made an algorithm and a machine can take it over. So repetitive jobs. But this is not just the simple tasks, simple repetitive jobs, also very complex jobs that is somewhat repetitive. We see now that machines are taking over. For example, certain procedures in medicine is also, machines are also taking over the jobs of doctors. So when the children that we have in school now, we don't really know what the jobs are going to look like when they are done with their education, because it's changing so fast. And you can even think, when you started school, jobs looked very different than they do today. But luckily, there are some things that we do know about what jobs or what skills are needed also in the future. And one thing for sure is that we're never done learning. We have to be lifelong learners. So the capacity to take a new challenge to, oh, I have never done this before, but I'm going to try to acquire the new skills that I need to try to solve this problem, is critical. It's critical today, but it's going to be even more important in the future, it looks like, if the trends are continuing. And that means that, you know, this capacity to learn is also, you know, dare to try and fail, dare to take some risks, and also fail sometimes, and not experience that as a huge setback, but get up, try again. I need to do something differently. Maybe I need to ask somebody for help. That's a skill too. Asking for help, asking for support to learn this and to solve this. So that's certainly an important skill that we need to teach our children. Another skill that seems to be more and more important is teamwork. You can see that in trends, that teamwork is becoming more and more common at most workplaces. And it makes sense, right? Because you need to have so much knowledge, and you cannot be experts in everything. So you need to collaborate with other people who have knowledge that complements your knowledge. So you need to be able to communicate, and you need to be able to listen. You need to be able to take his or her perspective. But then you also need to assert yourself when you feel that you have something to contribute. All this is our capacity for social interaction. It is becoming more and more important in the labor market. Another skill, and I'm using this, is from Equinor's webpage as an illustration of that, is that we are also facing some serious challenges in the world. One of them is global warming. And to find the good solutions for that, we also need to be good at problem solving and innovation. So we need the creative skills. So these are some examples of skills that are seem to be becoming increasingly important in work life. And many people are interested in these types of skills, and that's why they've gotten so many different names. And more, especially education researchers, and also those who are in the field that I am, in economics of education and labor economics, we are calling them now increasingly social and emotional skills. Economists used to call them non-cognitive skills, but finally we learned that cognition is highly relevant as a part of these skills. So we have stopped, most of us have stopped doing that, but it still sticks. Character skills, they are being called soft skills. Also, OECD and many other in policy work is called 21st century skills, because they seem to be becoming increasingly important for success in the labor market. And these skills have received a lot of interest now in education policy. This report, for example, from OECD, is saying that the most effective investment we can do if we want a more flexible, adaptive workforce and innovative workforce is to invest more systematically in social emotional learning in our education system. So in our kindergartens and in our schools. Also, I was lucky to sit in Ludvigsen-utvalget. We delivered our report in 2015, and that was the foundation for, some of the foundation at least, for the new curriculum, the new læreplanene. Also here, we are emphasizing, that is one of our main conclusion, that in order to prepare the children better for the future, we need to more systematically invest in the children's social and emotional learning. It's critical for the workforce. And we see that definitely, and I'm glad to hear people who are actually in the schools and working with the implementations of the new curriculum, that positive changes are happening, even if we still have a long way to go. So, given these are strong conclusions to say we do need to invest more systematically in social and emotional learning in school, how can we come with such a strong conclusion? Well, I like to summarize the reasoning behind this with this model that I have made. But it's basically summarizing what Heckman, who is a Nobel Prize winner in economics, he's calling it the hard evidence on soft skills. Why is he calling it hard evidence? Well, because behind all these errors here, there are a large data set from many different countries and many different studies, peer-reviewed and published in high-quality scientific journals. So I want to tell you a little bit about this evidence, and also then talk about how schools can work with social emotional skills, and especially also through art education. But let me first say a little bit about the arrow going from the family to socio-emotional skills. Because what we see, now let me jump here. Because what we see is that there is a big, there's large differences in social emotional skills depending on what family a child is growing up on. And that is a very important to know more about this, because we are very often talking about the socio-emotional gap in academic achievement in school and the kind of unfairness created by that gap. But there is also a very important gap that may be even more concerning if we are concerned, if we want equal opportunity, and that's the socio-emotional gap in social and emotional skills. And here is one example of that. And executive function, which we had a whole lecture on, is also considered a socio-emotional skill. And here in AGDA project, we did measure executive function when the children were 5, 6, and 7 years old. Of several, 700 children, so a large data set here. And what do we find? We match this data to registry data from Statistics Norway, so we know exactly what their earnings are in the family. And that allowed us to split them into 4 quartiles. So the red ones are those that earn in the 25% in the bottom, and the green one is top. And what we can see here is that the children in average, that's important, that this is average, are scoring much higher on executive function if they're coming from a high economic household compared to a low economic household. I could show many of these kind of graphs on social emotional skills where you see that there is this gap depending on family background. This is concerning because social emotional skills, we know, is very important. It's a strong predictor of life success, quality of life, but also how well you do in the labor market. It's also concerning because we also see that socio-emotional skill is a strong predictor of how well you do in school. And that one is important, and especially to talk when you talk about, with policymakers, because in Norway, and I also know in the US and in England, there is often a discussion that, oh, now we need to focus on the academic learning and not do so much fooling around. And then fooling around often means, working on the classroom environment, working with the arts, and everything that is not academic learning. But really, if you read the literature, developmental literature, you will see that if you don't work systematically also with the social emotional skills, you're not going to succeed here. And what the evidence is showing is that those schools that are really succeeding on the academic skills are those who take social emotional learning seriously. And that should not be such a big surprise. It's very hard to sit and focus and learn math if you're worried about who am I going to play with in next recess. And it's very hard to focus and learn math if you are struggling and you never get to do something that you feel you're mastering and you can look forward to later. So it shouldn't come as a surprise, but for some it does. So then it's good to know that there is a lot of excellent studies showing there is a strong link between socio-emotional skills and academic learning. So even Jim Heckman, Nobel Prize winner in economics, is arguing that we really need to start investing more in social emotional skills in school. And then they're important today, but they are becoming even more and more important. And this is one figure showing this. And now you told me you got so stressed every time you opened an Excel sheet or something. And maybe you also get stressed by looking at this figure, but I can tell you it has some beauty, right? And I think if I explain it, and I know that everybody, if they follow me now, can understand what this figure is communicating. And it's super interesting. So what this Deming, who's a professor of economics from the US, has done here, he has used an extensive survey where they ask questions about what are the important skills in your job. In addition, they ask about your job, so they can identify the occupation code of your job. And in that way, he's splitting jobs into 4 different categories. Those jobs where social skills are very important, but also analytical skills. And those type of jobs where neither of those skills are very important. And then the jobs where one of them is very important. And then he's matching this categorization to census data to see, okay, are we getting more or less of any of these types of jobs? And then he's using 1980 as the base year. And then seeing which kind of jobs are we getting more, what are we getting less of. And you can see that the yellow line is going down. So that means that you're getting less of those jobs in the period between 1980 and 2010. Those are the ones where you neither need social skills or analytical skills. And then the green line is very interesting because that is also sloping down. That's where you need, where you don't need social skills, but you need math skills, which is interesting, right? So here you only need the mathematical skills, but not the social skills. And we need less and less of those people, this graph is saying. Well, those are the jobs that computers can take over. The blue line is where you need both high social skills and high math. But also the red one is going up. There you don't need any analytical skills, but you need these social skills. So what this is showing, and this has gotten a lot of press in all countries, because it's such a clear picture, and now the graph becomes beautiful, right? Now when we understand it, it's such a clear picture that social skills are increasing. The importance of it is increasing in the labor market. Let's show another graph, maybe not as beautiful, but as equally interesting. This is from another study from Sweden. In Sweden, they also just like in Norway. And at this time, it was only young men have to come to session for to what do we call? Yeah, so where they try out for the military to see if the military wants you. So one thing they do is to take an assessment of analytical capacity or intelligence. But in Sweden, in addition, they also measure the social and emotional skills. And it's done with a meeting with a psychologist who's doing a semi-structured interview of these candidates and then assessing the social emotional capacities, especially like the empathy, and they want to identify leader talent here. But what's interesting is that in Sweden they have done this for decades, and they've done it in the exact same way, which is pretty nice, right? Because then they can match these measurements to earnings when these men have turned 40. And in that way, they can see what is the return to socio-emotional skills compared to the return to the analytical skills. And you see this picture, here is the return to the socio-emotional skills, and here is the return to the analytical, the cognitive skills that they are calling it. And what is happening? Well, now socio-emotional skills have become even more important than the returns to the analytical skills. So this is again showing us in a different way, but in a different country, that socio-emotional skills are increasing in importance in the labor market. So then, what are we doing? What can we do, knowing that socio-emotional skills are increasingly important? What can we do then to stimulate the development of these? We know that a lot of stimulation is already happening through the family, and we know that there is also a need then, because it seems like there is this gap on social background. So there is a need for the school, especially to lift some children's social and emotional development. And I was so glad when I asked about who's coming to see this wonderful exhibit, because very often it's parents with high socio-emotional, high economic background who takes their children to the museums. If there are several studies that are showing that. So I'm so glad to hear that you have worked hard, and there are school children here every day, almost, and very, very happy to hear that. And so what can we do in the school system to stimulate the development of this? Here there is a lot of research going on, and we have our own research project called Resilient, where we are stimulating social emotional learning in middle school, but we are doing it through direct, in activities, right? We are talking about emotions. We are teaching, trying to do exercises that is helping them develop empathy. But in our working with this project, I have become conscientious about this whole strand of literature where they are using the arts to stimulate social emotional learning. And I think in terms of theory of that, why that might be a good idea, I think the two lectures this morning was a great illustration of that. And then what is the empirical evidence on that? Does it work to do arts in school to stimulate social emotional learning? Then there is one, this is also a summary study published in in child development, which is a very recognized journal. And it's showing, I mean, basically the conclusion is that here it seems like there can be enormous opportunities, but more research is needed. But the way I read this is not if it is possible to stimulate socio-emotional learning through arts education, but more how should we do it? What is the best way to do it? And because the evidence is mixed, sometimes it seems to work, sometimes it doesn't seem, and there is also not very much evidence. And very many of the study are what we call underpowered. That means that there may be just a handful of schools involved. Now, to get funding, we are doing randomized controlled trials in schools, and to have a well-powered, like where you can do a real statistical analysis, when you randomize on the classroom level or the school level, you need to work with more than 100 schools for the study to be able to actually demonstrate zero effect or no effect. So there is a big need of more studies where you have many schools involved, where you are actually having good measures of a wide spectrum of socio-emotional capacities, and where you have a good assessment of the implementation quality. Because if we don't see an effect of an intervention that we are trying to investigate, it doesn't help us if we don't know, was it because this was not implemented very well? Or is it because it actually doesn't work? That's critical. And if we don't know that, we need to be very careful before we're saying that an intervention study has no effect. So that is one policy that I'm calling for, is to do more careful investigation of how should we use the art education to investigate or to stimulate social emotional learning in school. And then I wanted to spend a little bit of 2 minutes on the state of art education in Norway today. Because given all this evidence that we have that is suggestive that art education is very important for child development, it is concerning that it has such low priority in our school system. And of course, now I'm talking about average, because every time I say this, I get many email, and there are many who are doing it well, but the data shows us that in average, art education is not prioritized. And that means that there is little time spent on it. Also that very often the teachers are not having the training that they should have to implement it well. So there are teachers grading children, our youths, in art that have no more understanding of art than almost myself. I mean, now maybe I'm emphasizing, or I am, but there are people with no art education who are still responsible for the art education in their school, which is concerning, because that can actually hurt more, right? Especially when the kids have to be graded, and there are you know, you're going to start doing a creative project, and then you get all the bullet points you will be graded on, which is often killing the creativity before it starts. So that is concerning. But then people are saying, well, we do have the culture school in Norway. But that doesn't help me with my concerns, because we already know that there is a gap in socio-emotional learning depending on family background. We know that that is largely due to the way parents stimulate and raise their children. And we know, if you look who is the lucky kids going to these wonderful culture schools? Because they are really wonderful. But who are they? And again, we see that there is an overrepresentation of children from highly educated parents. So I think we do have a challenge in Norway, and I know in many other countries too, to give all children possibilities to to be stimulated through the arts. And on that note, I want to say thank you.
Okay, we take a short break now. 10-minute break, and then we're back on for the panel debate. Yeah, that's good. Vi lurte på om vi skulle begynne med panel samtale. Ikke debatt. Jeg kan kalle det debatt. Sorry, yesterday was called a competition as well. The panel contestants, beautiful contestants here. And I have, I'm going to start with a question, I think, and I'm going to throw it out there. And it's general for everybody. So this is the microphone, right? And if I go like that, it's on now. Yes, it is. So I might just throw it at somebody. No, if you feel the need, you have to pick the microphone up. Okay, so it's a game called Pass the Microphone. I've got a question, and I think it's sort of burning with Lizzie. It's how do we get our first two speakers, and the way we're talking about Ruth Asawa and the purposefulness of art, the joy of art and artist practice, how do we get that need for the human to engage in this way through the sort of policy making that you're talking about, the Ludvigsen report, and your unfinished symphonies yet? So that's my question. How are we going to make these two perhaps very different ways of looking at art? How are we going to get these to come together? How are we going to get these to converge to give us the agency that Asawa herself was always talking about? That, to have this purpose and to live the good life. Or in English, the good life is the wrong word, isn't it? So that's my question. And if you can take it from any different angle, yeah.
Hello. Hello. So I would ask, if you come to me with that question, what are the conditions that you need to enable that to thrive? Because the way to get that over here is to make the space here where it lives. So if you're sort of talking about a practice and a pedagogy, you then have to translate that to what do you need to make that work? What training do you need for teachers? What space do you need? What curriculum do you need? What permission and understanding do you need? And it's that list that you then have to work with the policymakers to get in place. So I would say there's sort of a bridge to be built between the ideology and the policy, which is an enabling structure. But I would also say that there's always real value in recognizing that our policymakers are people. And you have extraordinary assets at your disposal. You have the exhibition, you have the children and young people in your studio, and you have the ability as a cultural organisation often to bring those politicians to the table in a new environment in a way that they aren't often. If you've got an opening, invite those politicians and invite some children and young people and make the space to do some of that advocacy about what it is that you believe and you're trying to do. So if, for example, you had a number of museums or galleries and cultural organisations across the country with different political representatives, I would be thinking about how you collectively start those personal conversations that get those colleagues to feel fired up to fight your corner when the policy's being made. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You want me to answer this question as well? Oh, okay. I think it's very easy for us to focus on what we don't have. And sometimes I think it's really important to recognize the steps that are being made. I mean, I found it very, very interesting to hear, and I may have misunderstood, this notion that you're moving in some respects from grades to formative evaluation. That to me is a really quite significant and profound thing to be happening, and the scope within that to promote different ways of being in relationship with young people who are making things is really, really quite important. But I think and I suffer from this myself, I can quite often think, oh, but it's impossible, we just have a system that's working against us. And actually, I think that's just an example of a system that might be working with us. So how do we build on that? And how do we really advocate for the benefits of an intervention such as the one that's just been described?
Something that struck me in the discussions today as well is, in order to understand things better, to my mind, it's not everyone's style, but learning to make things explicit that to us might seem obvious or implicit, to put words to things, to explain the mechanisms of things, to come up with the useful analogies, makes an enormous difference to then how ideas travel and what we're able to do with some of those ideas. And there's been, over time, a couple of suggestions about just over 10 years ago, maybe 15. There was Bill Ivey, who's somebody who works in arts and policy in the States and is based at Vanderbilt University, had a concept that was picked up by quite a few think tanks in the UK, particularly Demos, which was stop calling it the arts. It's got connotations that exclude people. And if you change the language to be expressive life, everybody has part of what they do as expressive life. When we think of arts, so as in, messing about singing with your sisters in the garden is part of your expressive life. Joining your ukulele club is part of your expressive life, in the same bracket as going to the museum. So in order to recognise, a little bit similar to Astrid mentioning about the deep engagement with groups who are less well served, sometimes by sort of formal cultural institutions, the number of times I've worked with community groups who have the time to spend, because they might be unemployed or they've decided school's not for them, they spend it making music, rapping, singing, doing stuff. All that is expressive life. And so rethinking about what we think of as the human activity, which is innately good for us, as kind of what I think of as we're mammals with a frontal cortex that makes us overthink things. Things that are kind of good and inventive and interesting about humans, that creative, expressive form of socializing that is an innate part of the type of mammal we are, to kind of think about it more on those explicit terms helps it not seem so optional, so cherry on the top. So you can learn about this when you got the basics in. It's like, no, this is really core to who we are as a species. And there's some ways in which that slightly got separated from us. We go look at art, we go listen to singers, we forget we can make art, we forget we can sing, even if it's a bit dodgy sounding to other people. But that kind of, the communal and socializing animals that we are, has always, for millennia, been around expressing things together within our communities to define who we are and who we are not, by what we do and what we don't do with our creative expression. And so trying to strip things back a bit and to reconceive how we have the conversation, I think, is something to play around with as an idea.
Okay, I really love the idea of not using the word art anymore. Yes, because I think it's alienating in some ways to a lot of people, and I think of art as something that is estranged from themselves and from their own lives, even though they listen to music and they have pictures on their walls, reproductions or photos or whatever. So I think this, what should you call it, expressive life is a part of everybody's life, and I think that's a very good way to put it. How do we proceed, or how do we make all these good things that we want to see happen? As I have advocated earlier today, I believe that we need some hard evidence on the table. There's a lot of anecdotal evidence of the importance of arts, and we all here in this room can agree on that, but not everyone else, as I said before, agrees upon that. They don't think it's very important. Reading and writing is more important, and of course I can see it's very important that as well. And as several of you have mentioned, the schools have to do a lot of different things. And they have to take care of not just the education of the children, but also of all other aspects of their lives. And I think that if we are going to do things to schools or demand things from schools, we have to do it in a way that doesn't create another task for them when it comes to build their competence in art. We have to do it in a way that can actually make their job as educators easier. And maybe art, or I forgot the term again. Well, that's the problem. Yeah. Expressive life, yes. It's late. It's late. My working memory is suffering hard. Expressive life. By bringing that more strongly into schools can actually be a help for teachers to be educators. And not something that they have on top on everything else they are going to do.
Yeah. My dream, if we were going to make the transfer, because that's what you're talking about, would be if I was could just make a project on that. I would gather developmental psychologists and artists from many different areas and educators. And then I would have them work together to develop a more detailed curriculum. Because math teachers, they have material they can use, lots of it to choose from. They hardly, I'm not going to say that they don't need to prepare, but there's a lot of resources that they can rely on. But then in the arts, teaching art, there is not as many resources, and also not as many resources that there has been large investment in how can we do this in a best possible way that really stimulate those skills that we want to stimulate. So I want this large team to work together and develop art projects. Art is doing, right? So that really engages the kids, and that are developed in a way, thought through, that they're going to stimulate social and emotional learning. But then, of course, before we implement this fantastic curriculum all across the board, we should test it in a randomized control trials, and then we should have several hundred schools involved, and we should have measures on the whole spectrum of social emotional skills, in addition to also pay attention to academic achievement. Bullying, how our kids coming to school, and all. That would be my dream. But of course, that is a big vision.
I can sort of think that just like latching onto that dream is like Norway would be the fantastic place for it because it's such a small society. So you could like see it in a real socially secure space in a way. It's like most people have the same cultural footing in a way, even though there's a lot of diversity.
What I think is nice with this symposium or conference is that we have these two polarization, as one of the people in the audience said. So we come from the arts and you come from the academic field, and we talk about hard evidence, and you were talking about anecdotes and hard evidence, and how can we test things. I think your idea is brilliant, and yours too. And it's something about how we talk about it, but also how we bridge the gap between the different fields, the academic fields, and I think that would help too. And then in the lunch break, I asked you, because Per, because I didn't understand why you had some profound good results on part of your study and not on the other. And it was the academics that you didn't find any real hard evidence for art being good, but you found it when it came to social emotional skills, which is kind of interesting. So maybe the way that it's tested, and maybe if you go further with that, thinking about Mari and developing social emotional skills, then that might sort of help us to get some hard facts that can be used also towards the future.
I'd also like to throw out there as well, like one of the questions that came up, or statements that came up right in the beginning, is to teach art, you have to be an artist. And what you are suggesting is actually to take the artist out of the equation. So how are we going to train arts teachers?
Okay, first thing we need to do... Is this still on? Yeah. First thing we need to do is, so many go and take a bachelor in different kind of arts education, right? But there is no pedagogic they have to take, right? So I hope that in our university system, for all the different arts degrees, that there could also be some inspiration to teach art from the very, very start. And I do think that will also help, because we need more artists as teachers, and then the art will gain from that in the future, because we need also to teach people to appreciate art and become consumers of art. Yeah, so I think that's one of the first steps. So yeah.
It's really sad that we have no politicians here. You know, they can sort of lobby for this.
I just kind of agree with you, because I'm not being an artist doesn't mean that you're supposed to be a good teacher. Maybe that's not what you were saying. Yes, and maybe more expressed living. Expressive living. Yes, thank you. I'll probably send you an email next week. What was the term again? Yeah. Of course, you have to know something about creative processes, but I'm not sure if you have to actually be an artist. You have to know some math in order to teach math, but you don't have to be a fully skilled mathematician, at least in the lower levels. And to your question, what we were finding, to go into the results that we found that there was one sub-factor in our instrument that was actually driving the results on the executive functioning, and that was what we call the behavioral regulation index, which meant that the children were better to cooperate with other children, they acted better towards each other, and they acted more attentive toward the task that they were given. And I think that's probably also a part of inhibitory control, but we weren't able to measure that.
Can I just qualify that? I think the quotation from Ruth is that you have to have made art in order to teach it. So she doesn't actually say you have to be an artist. And I think it's a really important qualification because I know artists who are really terrible in any kind of pedagogic context. I wouldn't let them anywhere near young people or anyone else. And equally, I know absolutely astonishing teachers who manifest all those incredible qualities around experimentation and risk-taking and support. So, as I said in my talk, I would really, really want to move away from the binary of artist good, teacher not good, or artist creative, teacher not creative. I think it's really, really unhelpful. But I think if we are, and this speaks to what you've just said, if we are really clear about what it is that we think the arts and learning with and through the arts can give, then it's about equipping the artist, the teacher, whoever, with the confidence and the skills and the know-how to be able to work with the learners to support them, to develop those skills. It's not about helping them, helping their mental health overtly, although one hopes that it would ultimately do that. For me, it's about being absolutely specific and clear about what it is we think the arts can do, not overclaiming, but just simply saying it really can do this. It can offer up this space where we can do and think differently. Yeah.
Astrid, I think you say your bit now, and then we have to take a break because we're doing the. No, you say, please. You haven't said anything yet.
I just wanted to say a bit about this, the quote about that you have to that you mentioned. From when I was going through these papers and review papers, there was several of them making, because they're trying to say something general about arts and the outcome, academic outcome, but in more detail, some of them were saying that it depends on the quality of the intervention, and also importantly, if they are able to, or the makers of the intervention are able to convey the meaning. What is the purpose to the schools where the interventions are, and also in the documentation, the research journals afterwards, to convey the why are we doing this and what are we suspecting to find. That was also important for the outcome.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah. I'm not always sure that all the interventions that go on in schools have a clear aim. Sometimes the aim comes through the intervention. It's like your research question, isn't it? It's like you can see something in there, it's really interesting, so we will do this. And you find something out then. So I think artists perhaps work in a different way than scientists. But scientists work in that way too, you just don't say it. Thank you, everybody. I've had a really enjoyable learning experience, and my head is just totally exploding now. I'm going to go on the plane and try and sort everything out. But I think it'll be tomorrow that things start happening for me, because I'm a really slow learner. It's true. So thank you. Thank you for today, and thank you guys. You have perhaps still a lot of questions, and I think the questions that you have, we need to start discussing them between ourselves and to see where we want to go with them. like, oh, am I going to ask this question? Is, yeah, but where's that going to land? Like, what do I want to do with that question? And Hanna Beata, she's talking about the whole of the stratosphere, I was going to say, or the whole ecology of Stavanger. Like, how do we want art in Stavanger to be? Like, where do we want to be in 10 years? It's exactly what you were talking about with your aims. Where do we want to be with arts in 10 years? And how are we going to do it? So I'm going to get back on the plane to Oslo and leave you guys to it. So thank you very much.